Honorable speakers and presidents, members of parliament, can we please get seated to start the program? Thank you. Honorable speakers and presidents and members of parliament, can we please get seated so that we start the program? Thank you. Excuse me, can we? Honorable speakers and presidents, may we please rise for the delegation?
Your Excellency, Dr. Fateh Boutbik, President of the Pan-African Parliament, Honorable Togo Didiza, please be seated. Thank you. Your Excellency, Dr. Fateh Boutbik, President of the Pan-African Parliament, Honorable Togo Didiza, Speaker of the National Assembly of the Republic of South Africa, Honorable Sahiba Gafarova, the Speaker of the Milli Majlis of the Republic of Azerbaijan, Your Excellencies, Honorable Speakers, Presiding Officers of National and Regional Parliaments, Honorable Members of the Pan-African Parliament, Excellencies, Ambassadors and Heads of Diplomatic Missions, representatives of African Union organs and institutions, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is my singular honor as the Clerk of the Pan-African Parliament and privilege to, on behalf of the Pan-African Parliament, to welcome you to the Pan-African Parliament in Midrand, Republic of South Africa for the 26th Conference of Speakers of National and Regional Parliaments. It's my pleasure to welcome you to the opening ceremony of the 2026 Conference of Speakers of National and Regional Parliaments, gathered under the theme, the role of parliamentary diplomacy in strengthening relations with national and regional parliaments and contributing to the achievement of the objectives of Agenda 2063. Your Excellencies, this conference provides an important platform for parliamentary leaders from across our continent to strengthen cooperation, exchange experiences, and chart a common path towards achieving Africa's development aspirations through enhanced parliamentary engagement and diplomacy. We are privileged to be joined by distinguished leaders from national, regional, and continental institutions whose presence underscores the importance of this conference and our shared commitment to advancing African unity, good governance, peace and democracy, and sustainable development. We shall now proceed with the opening ceremony in accordance with the adopted program. First, we will receive the opening remarks by His Excellency, the President of the Pan-African Parliament, His Excellency Dr. Fateh Boutbik. Next, we shall receive the welcome remarks by the representative of the host country, Honorable Togo Didiza, Speaker of the National Assembly of South Africa. Next, we shall receive a solidarity message by the Speaker of Milli Majlis of the Republic of Azerbaijan, Honorable Sahiba Gafarova. And finally, we shall have the installation of the Bureau of this conference, which will install 5 honorable speakers representing the 5 African regions. And this installation ceremony will be led by the President of the Pan-African Parliament, His Excellency Dr. Fateh Boutbik. It is now my honor to invite His Excellency the President of the Pan-African Parliament, Honorable Dr. Fateh Boutbik, to deliver his opening remarks.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أصحاب السعادة والمعالي، الحضور باسمه وجميل واسمه وصفته ومقامه، اسمحوا لي أولا أن أرحب بمعالي.
I would like to welcome you all, Honorable Titija, Speaker of the National Parliament of South Africa. I would also like to welcome His Excellency Honorable Sahiba Gafarova, the Speaker of the National Assembly of the Republic of Azerbaijan. His Excellency Ditapelo Kiorapetse, Speaker of the National Assembly, of Botswana. His Excellency Mr. Julius Daniel Tabirabi, Speaker of the National Assembly of Burundi. His Excellency Honorable Jabulani Gabuza, Speaker of the National Parliament of Eswatini. His Excellency Pata, the Speaker of the National Assembly of the Gambia. His Excellency Akafengi, Speaker of the National Parliament of Kenya. His Excellency the Speaker of the Lesotho Parliament. His Excellency Bataraba, Speaker of the National Assembly of the Democratic Republic of the Congo. His Excellency Simbi Mahua, Speaker of the National Assembly of Namibia, His Excellency Jacob Mudenda, the Dean of the Speaker of Parliament of Zimbabwe, Her Excellency Mabel Chinamona, Speaker of the Parliament, or Speaker of the Senate, I beg your pardon, of Zimbabwe. Ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed, we are at a historic moment in the Pan-African Parliament. Let me introduce to you the new members of our Bureau. May I ask that you welcome them. First Vice President is Dr. Gayo of Ethiopia. We have the second Vice President, Dr. Zenato of Ghana. We have the third Vice President of the Pan-African Parliament. This is Dr. Chida of Chad. And the fourth Vice President, Dr. Ujes of Angola. It is my great pleasure to welcome the former presidents of the Pan-African Parliament. We have Chief Charumbira with us, the recent former president of the Pan-African Parliament, and we have Honorable Roger, who is also a former president of the Pan-African Parliament. We have representatives of national parliaments here with us today. The members of the Pan-African Parliament, dear colleagues, representatives of the Diplomatic Corps, ambassadors, representative of organs and institutions of the African Union, I welcome you today. I would also like to welcome the representatives of the different media houses who are here. We are here at a significant moment in the history of our continent. It is a moment for our continent which is well known to have suffered a great deal in its history. Today we have numerous challenges, nevertheless, but we also have opportunities. And so now it's a responsibility of our institutions, our parliamentary institutions, I would say, are at a crossroads. We have the responsibility to transfer the aspirations of our people into policies and to make significant gains. We are where humanity was birthed, that is Africa, and our people today would want their dignity, they would want to work, to earn a living. Here we are in the chamber of the Pan-African Parliament today, and we are not mentioning the past just for celebration purposes, but we want to draw inspiration from our past so that we can build a future for our people which meets the aspirations of our people. It is my honor on behalf of the Bureau of the Pan-African Parliament to welcome you today, to welcome you to this annual conference of speakers of national and regional parliaments on the African continent. Our role today is the role of parliamentary diplomacy in strengthening relations with national and regional parliaments and contributing to the achievement of the objectives of Agenda 2063. So as I take the floor today, I would like to express my gratitude to the Republic of South Africa and to the people of South Africa for the continued support of the Pan-African Parliament and for hosting this continental body, which reflects South Africa's continental commitment and contribution to the unity and integration of Africa that is the Pan-African Parliament today. I would like to thank Mr. Roland Amola for his presence, which expresses a commitment to the Agenda 2063, because it's not only governments to meet the objectives of Agenda 2063. This is a continental project which requires all of our input. We come together to ensure that we can make a tangible reality of the aspirations of Agenda 2063. So today, it's not just about protocol. It's not just any other meeting, but rather it is an opportunity for a collective reflection as we build the future of Africa. And we are here to understand the role that our institutions must play in the process of African integration. You're not representing only your national parliament, but also the will of the people, the aspirations of our people for development, for justice, for prosperity, and who are people who expect our elected officials to play a significant role in building the future. Our countries need to be integrated on the African continent, but this requires joint efforts on all our parts. We need to establish legal frameworks which will ensure that continental decisions are making a true impact on the ground and changing for the better the lives of our people. So this conference today is not just a conference, but it's a significant step for a new process where we need to build cooperation between national and regional parliaments and the Pan-African Parliament. We want to strengthen inter-parliamentary engagement. We want to bring together African Union institutions in order to meet the aspirations of our people. Africa has started a new journey. It is time now for us to begin to build this new vision in our national and regional parliaments. We need to have a new energy, a new commitment. We need to build or work towards opportunities to build our continent, to ensure that our aspirations become concrete on the ground. Your Excellencies, Africa over the past decades have made laudable steps in bringing about integration. Our continental institutions have launched flagship projects and programs which are ambitious. For example, Agenda 2063, the AfCFTA, and we today need to move from just defining visions, but rather to implementing those and making them a reality. Now we are to move from just making recommendations, but to implement those so that we have concrete results. This is a moment of transformation for our economies, in taking advantage of new technologies, in security, in building value chains. And therefore, our states is no longer, the position of our states is no longer based on the resources that each state has, but rather our capacity to establish efficient institutions, developing modern legislations, and with our natural resources as well as our human resources, we cannot just be exporting but transforming these resources to become a stakeholder, make our people stakeholders in strengthening our position in the New World Order. The pivotal role of parliamentarians is highlighted more so today. We cannot meet our objectives without our coordinated approaches in terms of legislation for oversight, accountability, and political will, so that the interest of Africa is at the center of all that we do. Therefore, our responsibility goes beyond promulgating laws. Today, we need to also build confidence, the confidence of our people, through a joint African action. The success of the AFCFTA is not just signing agreements, but also to be able to remove the barriers to trade. We need to facilitate the movement of resources, of goods and people. We need to encourage production on the continent and legislation to increase the space of private sector, women and youth in our economies. The digital environment that we have today presents new opportunities, but also challenges. We need to not only embrace technological transformation, but also embrace cybersecurity approaches to ensure that there's responsible use of new technologies, so that digital transformation is a locomotive for our development on the continent and opens up a space for new gains for our people, so that a prosperous future of our people is guaranteed. But this requires peace and security. We need to address the roots of conflicts on our continent. We, of course, need to take into account climate change, food security, as well as energy security. So today, we need to ensure that what we have is a strong, stable, and prosperous Africa. That is our primary objective, and therefore, we would encourage the parliaments today to not focus only on transformation, but also to ensure that our vision for Africa comes to fruition through legislation on our continent. We need to have legitimate democracies to ensure sustainability. The vision of the Pan-African Parliament requires coordination and influence. We are at a new stage in our history. We need to review our working instruments. The Pan-African Parliament is more than ever today called upon to steer this transformation. We need to ensure that our institutions are fulfilling the democratic aspirations of our people throughout the continent. So our Pan-African Parliament needs to be a strong partner in the development of our continent. We need to strengthen the capacity of our existing institutions on the continent. We need to have new mechanisms for our work, and we need to have closer cooperation between our parliaments so that our action is coherent and structured so that we can have the results we seek. Our parliamentary organizations are no longer carrying out parallel diplomatic initiatives, but rather we are to work together with the diplomacy initiatives underway in supporting the African Union in peace and security, integration, and development. So we need to reflect further to strengthen our partnerships with national and regional parliaments. We need to not only have periodic meetings, but to have a permanent framework for coordination, exchange of expertise, and ensure appropriate oversight of the implementation of our recommendations to ensure sustainability and results on the ground. We want to encourage national parliaments to meet the requirements of the African Union rules of procedure. We need to ensure that the agreements and laws are implemented, but that's not all that's required for us to succeed. We need to work together so that the parliamentarians are present in all debates at continental and international level that relate to our continent's development. We need to be part of climate change discussions, digital transformation discussions, so that the voice of the African people is present in all these arenas for the development of our continent. The Pan-African Parliament does not seek solutions instead of or on behalf of national parliaments. We do not want to replace the national parliaments or regional parliaments. We do not want to override national parliaments, because you are the primary partners or stakeholders in developing our continent. You are the ones to adapt legislation and domesticate AU rules. You are undeniable partners in ensuring that Africa becomes stronger. We want to work with you as a platform for coordination. We need to build on the gains we have already made together so that we can together realize the next set of objectives that we have set. We need to be accountable. The success of our vision is not just our papers or communiques, but true results on the ground. We now need to move from just holding meetings, but rather results-based approaches. We need to ensure that we are implementing, speaking of the future in concrete terms. The history of Africa has taught us that institutions and countries are not strengthened just through resources and slogans and political will. These are required, but continental bodies need more than that. We need political will, we need leaders, but we also need courage to transform vision into reality. So today we need to represent all parliaments. Our parliaments need to come together to be able to monitor and influence action on the continent towards development. The people of Africa are not awaiting just a list of challenges. They know what these challenges are, but they want rather solutions from us. Our African citizens need to arrive at a prosperous future. It's not just for us to make recommendations or to issue communiques. We need to make a true impact on our people. We need to have actual concrete results in terms of African integration. It's no longer promises that we as members of parliament need to make. Africa no longer needs institutions, but rather to have efficient institutions. Today, what Africa needs, a common African position that is more unified, more confident, and more influential. And therefore, I would like to once again invite all national and regional parliaments and all African Union institutions and all our partners to take advantage of this conference to arrive at our objectives. We need to have coordination, oversight, and results. The founders of the African Union wanted to see a united Africa. And let me mention African leaders like His Excellency Nelson Mandela. He demonstrated accountability, and his dream was that Africa would be unified, strong, and free. So today our responsibility is great. We need to inculcate in the future generations a culture of strong institutions, of integration, and a culture of a continent that builds its own future, and that we speak with one voice to defend the interests of our continent. So let me, before I conclude, state before you all and before His Excellency the President of the National Assembly of Azerbaijan, and that we are very grateful that you have come to be with us for this meeting. I am grateful to all our partners, national and regional partners, as well as all those who support us. We want to arrive at strong parliamentary action which reflects the vision of our African leaders who are working to build a better future for our continent, but for humanity as well. Let me also thank the Ambassador, His Excellency, the CEO of APRM, as well as all the representatives who are here today. Let me say once again that we need to make our Pan-African Parliament a strong voice for our people. Unity is the source of our strength. Agenda 2063 is a legacy, and it is also a commitment. It's not just a promise. Long live the Pan-African Parliament, long live the African Union, and long live a united, strong, prosperous, and confident Africa, which is at peace. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable President of the Pan-African Parliament, for those remarks that have set out the vision for the Pan-African Parliament as a complementary body to those of national parliaments, and calling upon this august conference to consider the role of parliaments in meeting the aspirations of the African people, utilizing the platform of the Continental Parliament to assert the will of and aspirations of Africa's citizens, and also emphasizing the need to strengthen interparliamentary relations in order to advance the development, prosperity, and will of the African people in the world order. Thank you, Excellency. It is now my pleasure to invite to the podium the Honorable Togo Didiza, Speaker of the National Assembly of the Republic of South Africa, to deliver her welcome remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, our session moderator and clerk of the PAP, Ms. Lindiwe Khumalo. Your Excellency, President of the Pan-African Parliament, Dr. Fathe Botbig, Honorable Vice Presidents of the Pan-African Parliament who are here among us, 4 of you are here, indeed representing gender equality in your representation, 2 men and 2 women. That's most welcome. I also want to recognize, I'm not sure I should call them ancestors, but those who went before us as the leaders of the PAP, Honorable Roger Kondo and Honorable Cherubira. You may stand so that those who don't know some of our ancestors can see you. Thank you very much, and most welcome. I'd also like to recognize our sister, the president of the Non-Aligned Movement Parliamentary Network, and the Speaker of Azerbaijan. You are most welcome, my sister, and it is indeed a pleasure to have you here. I also want to welcome our excellencies and speakers of the national and regional parliaments who are here, because this is your conference. We also recognize the representatives of the speakers who may not be here with us today. Honorable members of the Pan-African Parliament who are here, heads of African Union organs and agencies, and I know we have here our ambassador of the African Peer Review Mechanism. You are most welcome, my sister. The members of the Diplomatic Corps who are here, we also want to recognize you. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Sanibonani, good morning. Bonjour. You'll forgive me if I'm not able to continue. I'll still have to learn. Honorable members, it is indeed my privilege and honor to welcome you to South Africa, here, which is the home of the Pan-African Parliament. It is also an honor and privilege that on behalf of the National Assembly and the Parliament of South Africa, we welcome you in our shores. It is indeed an important meeting marking the official opening of the Conference of Speakers of the National and Regional Parliaments. Your Excellency, Honorable President, and your collective leadership of Pan-African Parliament, please allow me to convey my warmest congratulations on behalf of the Parliament of South Africa on your recent election when you have taken new office. We can clap. It is allowed. Indeed, it takes courage to step into public service to serve the people, and I have no doubt that you will serve the people of our continent as this bureau. You can actually take leave also from your previous bureau and understand how sometimes it can be very difficult to lead the Pan-African Parliament. You will always try your best to make sure that you balance the interests and needs of all members and also their regional parliaments where they come from. The Pan-African Parliament occupies a special place in the history of our continent, not only as the legislative organ of the African Union, but as the voice of the voiceless and the epicenter of accountability for African parliaments and national legislatures. Your Excellency, Mr. President, this important conference takes place a day after the successful conclusion of the first ordinary session of the 7th Pan-African Parliament. I'm aware that this important organ of the African Union used this first ordinary session to discuss and adopt many recommendations and resolutions on various issues affecting our continent. Indeed, as indicated by His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa, the President of the Republic of South Africa, during his opening address on Monday, that the Pan-African Parliament is an enduring symbol of unity in diversity, a unity anchored in the conviction that Africa's future must be shaped not only by its government, but its people. I also know that during your session, the first ordinary session, you have been able to discuss some of the critical issues that also impact on my own country. I know that in the latest months, the issue of migration has been uppermost and has touched us in different ways. But also it has called us to reflect on how we have to manage this challenging issue in order to also manage the cohesion of our continent. And I want to say, difficult the debate as it may have been yesterday, where we exchange views, but what is important is that we're candid and open with one another about the challenges that we face. And I would like to pause it and say, Mr. President, and to my speakers who are here, that as we also deal with these critical issues, it's important to appreciate that the challenge that is facing us now, maybe in South Africa, is the challenge that some of our member states in the continent have faced before. Maybe the question is, how do we learn from each other? How best some of those countries who faced the similar challenges on migration were able to manage those issues. And also, not only for the sake of reflection and engagement, but for learning from one another, but also ensuring that in the future, we're able to manage such issues differently. Because as a union, we committed to make sure that the objectives of Agenda 2063 of an Africa we want indeed must be built on how we act to intervene on challenges that our continent face, but also how we ensure that we utilize the resources that our continent has, not just in terms of natural resources, but also our human capability. This conference is held under the important theme, I quote, the role of parliamentary diplomacy in strengthening relations with national and regional parliaments and contributing to the achievement of the objectives of Agenda 2063, close quote. This is very important as it calls upon all parliaments to play an active role in finding solutions to global challenges through diplomatic engagement and multilateralism. Parliamentary diplomacy is an essential tool for building trust, sharing laws, and keeping peace between countries when normal governments take slow or sometimes fail. It serves as an important democratic platform for members of parliament to talk directly to solve big challenges affecting member states, our continent, but also on global issues. Your Excellencies, parliamentary diplomacy gives nations a safe place to talk and share ideas when standard executive channels fail. It is a stabilizing force that enhances solidarity, dialogue, and multilateralism, even as the global system becomes more polarized. It enables lawmakers to use direct visits and friendship groups to lower regional tensions and build long-term respect. Through parliamentary diplomacy, members of parliament can share good legislative ideas to handle complex issues affecting their countries. I hope as we reflect on these issues, we also need to look at how we embed the role of women of our continent, particularly women parliamentarians, in building our continent. Similarly, we are a young continent. We've got young people who have the energy, the capability, and the agility to contribute to building our countries. And I do think that within the African continent, working with our young parliamentary caucus, we need to look at how we can work with them in strengthening parliamentary diplomacy, as well as strengthening relations within national and regional parliaments and contributing to achievement of our objectives of Agenda 2063. Mr. President, during the opening session on Monday, there were issues that President Ramaphosa reflected on which arose out of your discussions, particularly lobbying for the ultimate legislative power of this Pan-African Parliament. And I know that he made the commitment that he will do his best to engage his peers and his brothers within the African Union. But I would want to make some suggestion on that issue, Honorable President, that here amongst this House, you've got parliaments who form part of regional community such as ECOWAS in West Africa, SADC in the South, Central Africa, and East as well as the North. And all of these regional parliaments have evolved, some of them, from being forum to a state where they became fully fledged parliamentary structures that are recognized in the region, but also in other fora of the African Union. Maybe one of the things that we might need to do is to create a representative structure that will form membership from these regions so that we can look at how strategically we actually advance this objective of coming up with a fully fledged African Parliament. You have also correctly said, Mr. President, that one of the roles of the Pan-African Parliament is to coordinate the work of our national parliaments as well as our regional parliament. Again here, Honorable President and Honorable Speakers, particularly some of you who are part of the Interparliamentary Union, you know the important role of that assembly. But one of the things that, in my view, as an African region, we'll need to find a way in which we have alignment. You have got the Pan-African Parliament, which is now having an observer status within the IPU, but you also have, at the same time, the African Geopolitical Group, which is part of the IPU as well. The question is, how do these two bodies work together so that the objectives of what we want to do, even in terms of parliamentary diplomacy in these multilateral agenda, there is alignment. I do trust that under your leadership, President, and your Bureau, you'll be able to find a way in which there can be a dialogue between the African Parliamentary Geopolitical Group as well as the African Parliamentary Union to find a way in which as PAP there can be coordination which will ensure that it strengthens the work that we do. I do want to say, as the Parliament of South Africa would like to welcome you once again and trust that the engagements that we'll have today and tomorrow will help to advance the objectives that we had agreed to as part of Africa Agenda 2063. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker of the National Assembly of the Republic of South Africa, for those welcome remarks in which you have set out the very important role of the Pan-African Parliament and its leadership within a complex continental and global environment, the need to ventilate continental issues of public moment, to do so with candor and balance, careful representation and fair representation of voices, with diplomacy and the maintenance of cohesion within the continent, and further asserting the need for collaboration, greater coordination amongst groups of parliaments at national and regional level in order to strengthen Africa's voice in the global arena. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. We now have the privilege of receiving a solidarity message from the Honorable Sahiba Gafarova, the Speaker of the Milli Majlis of the Republic of Azerbaijan, to deliver her remarks. I invite you, Excellency. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. Excellencies, honorable speakers of parliament, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor and pleasure to join you today at this important conference of speakers of national and regional parliaments. Allow me to express my sincere appreciation to His Excellency Dr. Fateh Budbik, President of the Pan-African Parliament, and the Honorable Ms. Tozokile Didiza, Speaker of the National Assembly of South Africa, for invitation, warm hospitality, and for bringing together the leaders of national and regional parliaments from across Africa. I am delighted to join such a distinguished gathering of parliamentary colleagues whose work means an essential contribution to peace, democracy, regional cooperation, and sustainable development throughout the continent. Ladies and gentlemen, I address you first and foremost as a Speaker of the Milli Majlis of the Republic of Azerbaijan. I also have the honor of serving as the chair of the Non-Aligned Movement Parliamentary Network, which today brings together parliaments from more than 70 countries, many of them from Africa. These responsibilities have strengthened my conviction that parliamentary solidarity is not an abstract principle, it is a practical necessity. Ladies and gentlemen, we live in a period of profound international change. Conflicts continue to affect millions of people. Economic inequality remains deep. Climate change places an increasing burden on developing countries, while trust in international institutions is under growing pressure. In such circumstances, parliaments cannot remain on the margins of global decision-making. They give a voice to citizens, bring national realities into international debate, and transform political commitments into laws, budgets, and practical action. This is precisely why the work of the Pan-African Parliament is so important. It gives parliamentary expression to Africa's vision of unity, development, and greater influence in world affairs. It also advances the aspirations embodied in Agenda 2063, a peaceful, prosperous, and integrated Africa, driven by its own people and playing its rightful role in the international community. Azerbaijan deeply respects this vision. Our country attaches great importance to its relation with African states and believes in cooperation based on equally mutual respect and shared benefit. We also believe that Africa should be represented not only through its numbers, but through its ideas, its priorities, and its leadership. Africa is no longer simply a subject of global discussion. It is increasingly helping to shape that discussion, and this growing role should be fully reflected in international institutions. including the world's parliamentary institutions. Dear colleagues, in this regard, the Interparliamentary Union has a unique responsibility. As the oldest and most inclusive global organization of national parliaments, it provides a platform where different political systems, regions, and traditions can meet on equal terms. Yet, representation must mean more than participation in meetings. A region may be fully represented statistically, while still remaining insufficiently represented strategically. True inclusiveness means giving every region a meaningful opportunity, not only to participate, but also to shape priorities, contribute ideas, and exercise leadership. For that reason, I believe the partnership between the IPU and the regional parliamentary organizations, such as the Pan-African Parliament, should become even stronger. These institutions should not work in parallel. They should reinforce one another. The IPU benefits from the regional experience and political understanding of organizations such as the Pan-African Parliament, while the PAP can use the global platform of the IPU to advance Africa's priorities and strengthen its voice in international parliamentary diplomacy. This is a kind of parliamentary multilateralism we need today, more representative, more connected, and more responsive to the realities of every region. Distinguished colleagues, these reflections occur particular significance this year. In October, during the 153rd Assembly of the Interparliamentary Union in Tanzania, the Governing Council will elect the next president of our organization. This will be an important decision not only for the coming 3 years, but also for the future direction of the IPU. It is therefore both a great honor and a profound responsibility for me to have been nominated by the Eurasia Geopolitical Group as its candidate for the presidency of the Interparliamentary Union for the 2026-2029 term. The Eurasian Geopolitical Group has made a consistent contribution to the work of the IPU, but since the establishment of the current system of geopolitical groups within the IPU, no candidate nominated by this group has ever been elected president of our organization. In June this year, the Secretariat of the IPU sent a note on the election of the president of the IPU, and this situation is clearly expressed there. I do not mention this as a matter of entitlement. I mention it because I believe that inclusiveness should be reflected not only in our declarations, but also in the way our organization is led. The election of a president nominated by a geopolitical group that has never before held this office would send a powerful institutional message that leadership within the IPU is genuinely open to every region and every geopolitical group. Ladies and gentlemen, at the same time, I wish to be absolutely clear. My nomination has a geographical origin. My responsibility, if elected, would have no geographical limits. Every candidature begins within one geopolitical group. A presidency, however, belongs equally to all geopolitical groups. The president of the Interparliamentary Union does not represent one region or one geopolitical group. The president represents the institution and serves the entire parliamentary community with impartiality, independence, and respect. If entrusted with this responsibility, I would work to strengthen parliamentary multilateralism, promote greater inclusiveness, support economic solidarity and the right to development, advance fair and accessible climate finance, and deepen cooperation between the IPU and regional parliamentary organizations, including the Pan-African Parliament, as an essential partner in shaping the future of global parliamentary cooperation. Honorable speakers, the purpose of a solidarity message is not simply to express support. It is to affirm that our challenges are shared, our responsibilities are connected, and our progress depends on cooperation. That is the spirit in which I address you today. Dear friends, I stand in solidarity with the Pan-African Parliament, with the parliaments represented in this hall, and with Africa's aspiration for a stronger voice and a greater role in international affairs. And I respectfully place before you my vision of an interparliamentary union in which every parliament feels represented, every region has an equal opportunity to contribute, and leadership is understood not as a privilege, but as service to the entire parliamentary community. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Honorable Sahiba Gafarova, Speaker of the Milli Majlis of the Republic of Azerbaijan, for your solidarity message to the Pan-African Parliament, but also to this conference of speakers of national and regional parliaments of the African continent. We thank you for your remarks regarding the filial relationship between Azerbaijan and African countries, your held belief in an inclusive parliamentary arrangement, the growing influence of the African continent in global affairs, and the numerical strength that Africa has to exert, but also the call for the crystallization or the catalyzation of this numerical advantage in international parliamentary institutions in order to advance Africa's priorities at this level, and inviting the conference to take into consideration its consideration for the leadership of future bodies of international standing. Thank you very much for these remarks. Excellency President, at this stage of the proceedings, we will proceed to the installation of the Bureau of this convention. And I do now invite His Excellency Dr. Fatih Butbig, President of the Pan-African Parliament, to lead and invite honorable speakers and presiding officers of the African continent to elect the bureau that will further lead the deliberations of this conference. Thank you.
شكرا.
Thank you. Our clerk of the Pan-African Parliament, Your Excellencies, honorable ladies and gentlemen, speakers of the national parliaments, presidents of senates in the African continent, and all excellencies, honorable members of the Bureau of the Pan-African Parliament, honorable members and excellencies, representative ambassadors, representative of the organs. Allow me first, on your behalf, I would like to thank Madam Didiza, the chairperson, the Speaker of the Parliament of South Africa, as well as a strong message that is delivered by Madam Sabiha, the Speaker of the Milli Majlis of Azerbaijan. everything here is coming within that context of building a strong future and fruitful cooperation between our institutions. And as we are starting this conference, we have a colleague of ours who passed on the 30th of July, that is late Donali Mukapalisa, the former president of the National Assembly of Rwanda. She passed on the 30th of July. It is now our duty to stand a minute of silence for her passing on. Please let us stand for 1 minute of silence, mourning the passing on of one of the colleagues.
شكرا. رحمها الله وهي
Her soul rests in eternal peace. As I said, she was the former Speaker of the National Assembly of Rwanda and was very active with us here in the African group, in the Pan-African Parliament. Once again, let me say, as we are at the beginning of this conference, that we normally form a bureau to steer the work of the conference that is in accordance with the standing procedures. Your Excellencies, honorable speakers of the national and regional parliaments, allow me to call upon you all to handle this matter for the meeting that's convened annually at the seat of the Pan-African Parliament. On my behalf, as President of the Pan-African Parliament, elected in the recent elections, I'm looking forward for a parliament that is marked or characterized by cooperation, openness between the Pan-African Parliament and national parliaments, and looking forward for a relation that is more effective, that is helping us to achieve what we want to realize in the future. So we want to have that strong relation with the national parliaments, and we are always here, open for you, and ready to work with the same transparency and desire to realize the objectives of the African Union and to strengthen the African parliamentary diplomacy. We are ready, we are open to cooperate and to work with any African parliament or international group that is we are part to. We will be ambassadors to each one another. We have to look forward for that reform and to improve the work of our parliament and your parliaments, and to work together to try to resolve all the challenges and to be the real bridges built on confidence between the people, between the leaders of Africa, and to work with the same spirit of love and appreciation of the African Union, starting with the African Union Commission and within the rules that organizing our work with these bodies. Without further ado, and as I said, this conference of speakers is the tool that brings us together on a regular basis. It will be very important that we have to establish or to form a bureau or a body that can steer out its work. I hereby propose for you that since we have 5 regions in the African continent, that every region should have a representative. I propose that we have to nominate 5 members from the 5 regions of Africa to steer the work of this conference. And allow me also to take this opportunity to express my gratitude and thanks through Madam Didiza, Speaker of the National Assembly of South Africa, to express my appreciation for the participation of His Excellency Ramaphosa in the opening of our sitting here. After he came here and delivered a very strong message within that context of the strategy of our Pan-African Parliament. His presence here was a great honor for us all. And also, I would like to thank through him I also want to thank the Speaker of the Speaker of the National Parliament of National Assembly of South Africa, and other speakers of the national parliaments who are present here. This is a very strong message to all African countries. We want this forum to continue being an active tool in the African strategy for parliamentary diplomacy, based on love, based on integration, and aspiration to face all the challenges in the different cases. Once again, let me thank you for this kind response. And let me also call upon you to nominate 5 persons from the 5 regions to come and steer this conference. And if you want me to take like 5 minutes to discuss between you, otherwise you can just raise your hand to give us 5 members from the 5 regions to take the responsibility of steering the work of this conference, the conference that will handle a lot of matters in different issues with regard to issues related to our continent. And therefore, let me call upon you once again, ladies and gentlemen, honorable speakers of the national parliaments, to give us the representatives of this bureau or the 5 persons to steer the work of this conference.
Now it is a break. Okay, should I sit here? Okay, I will sit. But then I will sit here. Ужасно было. Ужасно. Пока будет где, да. Иншаллах. On the budget. Yes. Yes, but what he will be? Yes, what he will
September. Yes.
And then I'm going to remember, and then she will I will do it myself. After the 10th of September, until the end of September, because in October, will be election. Yes, yes. Сейчас нет, я уже я уже еще кто-то.
Please. أطلب من الجميع. I'd like to request everyone to take their seats, please. Thank you. Honorable members, Your Excellencies, Honorable members, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, speakers of the national and regional parliaments, and honorable members of the Bureau, honorable members of the Pan-African Parliament, once again, I do welcome everyone and awaiting the establishment of the setting up of the new Bureau, which I have mentioned that will be composed of 5 members representing each an African region, and among them they will nominate a president and 2 deputy or vice presidents and then in 5 minutes I will give the floor to give an address honoring the Women's Day, that the African Women's Day that we always celebrate in 1st of July. This address will be given by the Caucus on Women, and it will be a statement addressed to the speakers of the national parliaments and the African continent. And we will be commemorating as well. And I do call for the participation of women in all aspects of life in Africa. I would like to call or invite Honorable Fatoumata Nyayai, the Vice Chair of the President of the Women Caucus and the Pan-African Parliament, to deliver her speech in 5 minutes. Thank you. You have the floor.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning. Bonjour. Your Excellency, Mr. President of the Pan-African Parliament, kindly allow me to stand on existing protocol as I bring you greetings from the Women's Caucus of the Pan-African Parliament as we commemorate the Pan-African Women's Day today. Today, Mr. President, we honor a legacy to celebrate a movement and renew a continental promise. The words I am about to read are not merely a declaration. They are the collective voice of the women of the Pan-African Parliament, a voice shaped by the aspirations of millions of African women and girls who look to us not simply for hope, but for leadership. Therefore, on behalf of the President of the Pan-African Parliament, Women's Caucus, the Bureau of the Women's Caucus, and on behalf of every member of the Women's Caucus, it is my profound honor and privilege to present the declaration of the Pan-African Parliament Women's Caucus on the occasion of the Pan-African Women's Day 2026, addressed to the honorable speakers of national and regional parliaments of the African Union. And may these words not end in this chamber. Mr. President, may they echo through every parliament on our continent, inspire courageous leadership, and strengthen our shared determination to build an Africa where every woman and every child lives in dignity, equality, and safety. It is therefore with humility and unwavering conviction, Mr. President, that I now present the declaration. Women's Caucus Declaration of the Pan-African Parliament on the occasion of Pan-African Women's Day, 31st of July, 2026, presented to the speakers of the national parliaments of the African Union. Preamble. We, the members of the Pan-African Parliament Women's Caucus, gathered on the occasion of the annual commemoration of Pan-African Women's Day, celebrated on the 31st of July 2026, pay tribute to the visionary African women who established the Pan-African Women's Organization, PAWU, on the 31st of July 1962. Their courage, resilience, and unwavering commitment laid the foundation for advancing women's leadership, dignity, equality, and participation in Africa's liberation, development, and continental integration. As we commemorate this historic day, we reaffirm our commitment to the aspirations of Agenda 2063, the Africa we want, particularly the vision of an inclusive, prosperous, and peaceful Africa founded on equality, justice, democratic governance, and full participation of women and girls in every sphere of our society. We recognize that International Women's Day, 8th March, and Pan-African Women's Day, 31st of July, are complementary commemorations. While International Women's Day situates Africa within the global movement for women's rights, Pan-African Women's Day provides the continent with a unique opportunity to celebrate the achievements of African women, reflect on Africa's reality, and advance African-led solutions to the challenges and aspirations of women and our girls. We further recall the protocol of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the rights of women in Africa, the Maputo Protocol, and the adoption of the African Union Convention on Ending Violence Against Women and Girls, the AU-CEVAC, a historic milestone in strengthening Africa's legal and policy framework for the protection, the promotion, and the empowerment of our women and girls. And I'm proud to say that Gambia is the first country to ratify. Congratulations, Mr. Honorable Fabakary Tombong. Whilst these achievements deserve celebration, we recognize that many African women and girls continue to face violence, discrimination, unequal opportunities, economic exclusion, conflict, displacement, and emerging threats such as technology-facilitated violence. We therefore reaffirm our collective determination to translate continental commitments into meaningful action that improves the lives of girls and women throughout Africa. We recognize the immense contribution of African women as legislators, as peacekeepers, entrepreneurs, innovators, educators, mediators, community leaders, and drivers of Africa's transformation. That African women must not only be engaged on issues affecting women and girls, but must continue to shape Africa's responses to peace and security, democratic governance, economic transformation, climate change, food security, digital transformation, artificial intelligence, and sustainable development. The growing leadership of women in national, regional, and continental parliamentary institutions, the important role of women's caucuses, parliamentary committees, national human rights institutions, civil society organizations, academia, traditional and religious leaders, development partners in advancing gender equality. The leadership of the African Union and African Parliament in promoting legislative reforms and parliamentary diplomacy to advance the rights and empowerment of women and girls. We remain concerned, despite notable progress, we remain concerned by the continued prevalence of violence against women and girls across Africa, persistent barriers of women's equal participation in political, economical, and public life, inadequate financing for gender equality programs and women's parliamentary initiatives, the slow progress in the ratification, the domestication, and the implementation of African Union legal instruments, the disproportionate impact of conflict, humanitarian crisis, and economic inequalities of women and girls. We reaffirm that adoption of laws and policies alone is insufficient unless they are adequately financed, effectively implemented, monitored, and evaluated. We call upon the speakers of national parliaments and all African parliaments to accelerate, to strengthen parliamentary leadership, to provide sustainable leadership and financial support, to provide adequate funding, to promote stronger collaboration between women caucuses, gender committees, gender units, and parliamentary administration to ensure effective implementation, to institutionalize gender-responsive budgeting, to strengthen parliamentary oversight, and to promote closer collaboration between national parliaments and the Pan-African Parliament. To recognize and institutionalize the annual celebration of Pan-African Women's Day, 31st of July, within the calendars of national and regional parliaments as a parliamentary platform for dialogue, accountability, and renewed commitment for advancing the rights and empowerment of African women and girls. We further announce, recognizing the importance of sustained parliamentary engagement and continental cooperation, the Pan-African Parliamentary Women's Caucus announces its intention to institutionalize, beginning in 2027, the annual commemoration of Pan-African Women's Day through the convening of the annual Pan-African Conference on Women Parliamentarians and Women Political Leaders. The conference shall serve as the Pan-African Parliament's flagship annual parliamentary forum, bringing together women parliamentarians, speakers of parliament, women political leaders, African Union institutions, regional economic communities, national human rights institutions, development partners, academia, as well as civil society. The conference shall provide a dedicated platform to review progress in implementing African Union legal instruments. In this regard, we respectfully call upon all speakers of national parliaments to make provision within their parliamentary budget to facilitate the participation of members of their respective women's caucuses, women parliamentarians, and parliamentary officials in this annual continental conference. We further encourage women's caucuses to work closely with gender committees, gender units, and relevant parliamentary structures. The Pan-African Parliament Women's Caucus commits to championing the ratification, the domestication, and implementation of the African Union Convention on Ending Violence Against Women and Girls, as well as institutionalizing the annual Pan-African Parliament Conference of Women's Parliamentarians and Women Political Leaders as the Pan-African Parliament's flagship annual parliamentary platform on women's leadership and gender equality. Working jointly with the Committee on Gender, Family, Youth, and Persons with Disability in planning and implementing the annual Pan-African Women's Day program. To conclude, as I do not want to take your time, but we will share this declaration. To conclude, as we commemorate Pan-African Women's Day 2026, we reaffirm the Africa's prosperity, peace, and democratic future depends upon the full participation, the full leadership, and empowerment of its women and girls. We therefore invite every Speaker of Parliament to become a champion of Pan-African Women's Day by ensuring that 31st of July becomes a permanent parliamentary moment for reflection, for accountability, and action on the advancement of women and girls within their respective legislatures. Together, let us transform this historic commemoration into a lasting continental movement that strengthens parliamentary leadership, advances the rights and dignity of women and girls, and continues to the realization of the Agenda 2063, the Africa we want. adopted by the Pan-African Parliament Women Caucus, presented to the speakers of national and regional parliaments of the African Union this day of the 31st of July, 2026. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. شكرا معالي النائب فاطمata نايايا نائب الرئيس الثاني لمجموعة المرأة على هذا التقديم.
Thank you very much, Madam, for this presentation. And before everything, I request members of Bureau and the Secretary General for them to announce or to present the Bureau which is going to lead the sitting. I've just received news on the exit of the former president of the Pan-African Parliament who has to travel for Cameroon. And the person who has been for 34 years at the helm of this parliament. Please, let's observe a minute of silence.
شكرا. تتقدم السيدة المحترمة الأمينة العامة.
Thank you, Madam Clerk of the Pan-African Parliament. Is going to read out the names of the members who comprise the Bureau of the 5 African region, and afterwards they are going to come to choose a president and 2 vice president. Madam Clerk, you have the floor.
I have the honor to announce the results of the peer consultations among speakers and presidents to nominate 5 members comprising 1 president, 2 vice presidents, and 2 rapporteurs. From Central Africa, Burundi, His Excellency Gelase Ndabirabe, Speaker. From West Africa, the Gambia, His Excellency Fabakary Tambong Jatta, Speaker. From North Africa, Sahrawi Republic, Honorable Abdoulaye Neji, Speaker. East Africa, Tanzania, Honorable Daniel Silo, presiding speaker. Speaker. From Southern Africa, Zimbabwe, His Excellency Jacob Mudenda, Speaker. Submit.
أدعو الإخوة السادة الأفاضل سعادة رؤساء البرلمانات الممثلين لمكتب الدورة.
The members of regional parliaments are urged to come in front, and after that, Madam Clerk is going to read out the suspension of the opening ceremony or adjournment of the opening ceremony.
Honorable speakers, we will afford a few minutes for the nominated members, the 5 nominated members amongst themselves to allocate themselves the positions of chairperson, 2 vice chairpersons and rapporteurs, and approach the podium.
Madame Clark, vous devez d'abord les inviter devant.
Madam Clark, you should first of all urge them to come in front because they certainly do not know themselves.
Point of order. Point of order, Clark. Your instruction is not clear. We come forward where the president of PAP was sitting. Where do we assemble exactly?
Excellencies, I would propose a short break of 5 minutes to allow the designated members to convene. We can afford an opportunity in the holding room to the right of the chamber for the 5 members to meet briefly to designate amongst themselves the positions of president, vice president, and rapporteurs to the right. Thereafter, we will all exit from this end to the back of the chamber for a family photo. But at this point, we would invite the members to convene at the back of this chamber to allocate themselves roles. When we reconvene after the photo shoot, the members will then assume their positions at the podium. Thank you. Honorable members and honorable speakers, rather, I would like to invite you to assume your seats. We'll just wait a few minutes for the Bureau to enter, the Bureau of the Pan-African Parliament to enter, and we'll then announce the outcome of the designation of positions of the speakers that you have selected from your various regions. I've been advised to proceed with the announcement, and I'd like to make the announcement as follows. Amongst the 5 speakers and representatives of the various regions, 5 regions of Africa, the President has been designated as His Excellency Jacob Mundenda, Speaker of the National Parliament of Zimbabwe, representing Southern. For Vice President, Central Africa, Burundi, His Excellency Gelase Ndabirabe, Speaker. From West Africa, Gambia, for Vice President, His Excellency Fabakary Jatta, Speaker. For Rapporteur, North Africa, Sahrawi Republic, Honorable Abdelahi Meji, Deputy Speaker. And from East Africa, Tanzania, Honorable Daniel Silo for Rapporteur. Thank you. It's now my honor to yield the floor to His Excellency Honorable Jacob Mundenda, Speaker of the National Parliament of Zimbabwe, to lead the proceedings at this point as President. Thank you.
Thank you, Clerk of Parliament. I needed a bit of guidance. The House will go for photo shot now, correct? Yes. I would like to thank my colleagues, the group of 5, for nominating me to chair the proceedings during this Speakers' Conference. The first thing that we're going to do now is to proceed for a photo session for all of us, and then after that we come back and resume on session 1, which will be sharing national experiences and best practices in the implementation of Agenda 2063. So the House is adjourned now for the photo shoot. Thank you.
We will exit through the exit on my left, which is your right, and that will be the exit at which you will be received by the head of media and communications to seat you. Thank you.
Our meeting is called to order. Please take your seats. Please take your seats. The item that we're going to discuss now is an item that will provide an opportunity for the speakers of parliament to engage in an open and interactive exchange on their country's experiences in implementing Agenda 2063. It will provide an opportunity to share success, discuss common challenges, and learn from the best practices across the continent. The discussions will also encourage renewed national commitments and stronger collaboration among parliaments to accelerate the achievement of Africa's shared vision of sustainable development. We have three facilitators. We have a facilitator who is pressed for time and will be online. And this is Her Excellency Ambassador Marie Antoinette Rose Carter, who will speak in a capacity also as Chief Executive for the APRM. If a slide video clip can be shown, please.
She's present.
Okay. So thank you. I'm advised that the first person to speak is Ambassador Bankole Adeoye, who is presenting virtually. Thank you. Can the video please be played now?
President of the Pan-African Parliament, honorable speakers of national and regional parliaments, members of the Pan-African Parliament, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is with great privilege that I address this distinguished gathering of speakers of the African national and regional parliaments. On behalf of the chairperson of the African Union Commission, His Excellency Mahmoud Ali Yusuf, I commend the President of the Pan-African Parliament for convening this important conference. The theme of the conference being parliamentary diplomacy and the implementation of Agenda 2063 speaks directly to the heart and the need for stronger continental agenda for transformation. The African Union Agenda 2063 is a collective blueprint for change, for building an Africa that is integrated, peaceful, democratic, and driven by the aspirations of its own citizens. Its success depends not only on the commitment of governments and institutions, but also on the leadership, ownership, and accountability exercised by our parliaments. President of the Pan-African Parliament, honorable speakers, parliamentary ladies and gentlemen, the implementation of Agenda 2063 requires more than political commitment. It is necessary that we build on institutional discipline, legislative action, and effective oversight. National and regional parliaments have a decisive role to play in ensuring that continental parliaments' commitments are reflected in national laws, budgets, development plans, and accountability frameworks. These parliaments are the bridge between aspiration and implementation. In this context, that the Pan-African Parliament, national and regional parliaments, have an important role in supporting peace, democracy, and stability. Parliamentary diplomacy can contribute to good governance, conflict prevention, conflict resolution, mediation, and confidence building. Indeed, national political dialogue and reconciliation. Excellencies, regional and continental integration remains at the heart of Agenda 2063. Cross-border issues cannot be addressed by individual states alone. They require coordinated action and shared responsibility. We must therefore invest in stronger parliamentary networks and diplomacy for closer cooperation between parliaments, regional parliaments, and national legislature. Such cooperation will help ensure that the legislative arm of governance is fully integrated into the implementation ecosystem of Agenda 2063. The African Union Commission recognizes the importance of this partnership and remains committed to working with the African parliaments and all stakeholders to ensure that we continue championing Agenda 2063. Speakers, honorable members of parliament in every category will have a role to play in this war. We must strengthen the oversight of national implementation processes and foster dialogue across political and national boundaries. Excellencies, as I conclude, let me reaffirm that the African Union Commission's strong commitment to working with all African parties in advancing a shared vision and commitments. Together, we can strengthen institutions, deepen cooperation, and build a more peaceful, integrated, and prosperous Africa. And together, we can transform Agenda 2063 from a vision into reality. I thank you all, and I wish this conference successful deliberations.
Give His Excellency another round of applause, please. That's much better. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for that very precise presentation. May I now call upon the Honorable Dr. A.W. Guy, PAP's first president, to make a presentation. Is your mic on, Dr. Gayo?
Sorry. Your Excellency, President of Pan-African Parliament, Dr. Guterres, Your Excellency, Chairperson of this conference, Excellencies, members of the Bureau of this conference, Excellencies, Vice Presidents of Pan-African Parliament, Excellencies, Speakers of National Parliament and Regional Parliaments, members of Pan-African Parliament, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's a profound honor and privilege to address this distinguished speakers conference on the subject that defines the destiny of our continent. The implementation of the African Union's Agenda 2063, our shared blueprint for the Africa we want. As an outset, allow me to commend our speakers who gave priority to this very important conference and graced this conference by their presence. And the Pan-African Parliament also should be acknowledged for convening this important dialogue. It reflects our collective recognition that Africa's transformation will not be achieved in isolation, but through cooperation, shared learning, and strong parliamentary leadership. Agenda 2063, a continental vision of transformation. Agenda 2063 is not merely a policy document. It's a generation commitment by African leaders and citizens to transform our continent into a global powerhouse of the future. Excellencies, a prosperous Africa based on inclusive growth and sustainable development, an integrated continent politically united and based on the ideals of Pan-Africanism, a peaceful and secure Africa, a democratic Africa rooted in good governance, human rights, and the rule of law, a strong Africa that is a major player in global affairs. The vision is ambitious, but it's also achievable. It's grounded in Africa's history, resilience, and its vast human and natural resources. However, translating vision to reality requires more than aspiration. It requires strong institutions, effective leadership, and above all, accountable governance systems. In this regard, parliaments are indispensable. The strategic role of parliaments in the Agenda 2063. As speakers of national parliament, Your Excellencies occupy a central position in the governance architecture of our countries. Your constitutional responsibility places you at the heart of national development process. We together with you are responsible for enabling legislation, approving national budgets and development priorities, exercising oversight over the executive, representing the voice and aspirations of our citizens. Therefore, without a strong, independent, and effective parliament, the implementation of Agenda 2063 risks being slowed and weakened. Parliaments are not only law-making bodies, they are engines of accountability, transparency, and development oversight. National experiences and emerging best practices. Across our continent, we are witnessing encouraging progress in aligning national development efforts with Agenda 2063. Many member states have integrated Agenda 2063 into national development plans and vision frameworks, strengthened public financial management systems. Also, they have expanded infrastructure development in the transport, energy, and ICT, invested in human capital through education and health reforms, advanced digital transformation and innovation ecosystem, promoted regional integration through the African Continental Free Trade Area, AFCFTA. These national experiences demonstrate that Africa is not lacking in ideas or capacity. Rather, we are steadily building the systems required to deliver transformation. In some countries, parliamentary committees on development, planning, and budget oversight have been strengthened to track alignment with the Agenda 2063 targets. In others, parliamentary engagements with citizens has improved through public hearings, digital platforms, and constituency of the regional system. These are best practices worth sharing, scaling, and institutionalizing across the continent. Persistent challenge hindering implementation. Despite this progress, we must also be honest about the challenge that continue to slow our collective advancement. This includes limited physical space and high debt burdens, persistent conflicts and insecurity in some regions, the growing impact of climate change and environmental degradation, high levels of youth unemployment and underemployment, weak constitutional capacity in some governance systems, gaps in policy implementation and monitoring. These challenges are interconnected and require coordinated response at national, regional, and continental levels. Excellencies, they also underscore the need for stronger parliamentary engagement in development, oversight, and policy coherence. Strengthening parliamentary contribution to Agenda 2063. In light of both progress and challenge, I wish to propose key priorities for strengthening the role of Parliament in the implementing Agenda 2063. First, legislative alignment with Agenda 2063. National parliaments should ensure that laws and policies are fully aligned with Agenda 2063 goals and flagship projects. This includes reviewing outdated legislation, harmonizing laws with regional frameworks, and ensuring that new laws support industrialization, trade, and sustainable development. Second, strengthening oversight and accountability. Parliaments must intensify oversight over the use of public resources allocated to development priorities. We must ensure transparency in public expenditure, accountability in project implementations, value for money in public investments, effective monitoring of national development plans. A strong oversight is not an option, it's constitutional duty. Third, institutionalizing and learning among parliaments. A speakers' conference such as this should not be occasional events. They should become structured platform for continuous exchange of experiences. We should establish a continental parliamentary knowledge sharing mechanism, regular benchmarking of legislative and oversight practices, exchange programs among parliamentary committees, digital platform for real-time collaboration. Through learning from one another, we strengthen all our institutions. Fourth, empowering women and youth in governance. No development agenda can succeed without the full participation of women and young people. We must therefore promote gender-responsive legislation, increase youth representation in parliamentary structures, support youth parliaments and monitorship programs, ensure inclusive decision-making process. Africa is the youngest continent in the world. Our youth are not just beneficiaries of Agenda 2063. They are its primary drivers. Fifth, advancing regional integration. Regional integration remains a cornerstone of Agenda 2063. Parliaments must support harmonization of trade and investment laws, facilitation of free movement of people and goods, development of cross-border infrastructure, a strengthening of regional peace and security frameworks. The African Continental Free Trade Area presents a historic opportunity to unlock Africa's economic potential. Parliaments must play leading role in its implementations. The role of Pan-African Parliament, the Pan-African Parliament stands as a continental platform for legislative cooperation and unity. Its role is critical, promoting harmonization of laws across member states, facilitating dialogue among national parliaments, strengthening democratic governance, amplifying Africa's voice in global affairs, supporting the implementation of Agenda 2063. We must therefore strengthen the institutional capacity of the Pan-African Parliament. Excellencies, a strong Pan-African Parliament means a stronger Africa. Towards results-oriented Agenda 2063 implementation, distinguished delegates, the success of Agenda 2063 will not be measured by the number of policies adopted, but by the tangible improvements in the lives of African citizens. We must therefore shift from plan to implementation, from commitment to accountability, from aspiration to measurable results. We must ask ourselves, are we creating jobs for our youth? Are we reducing poverty and inequality? Are we improving access to quality education and health care? Are we strengthening peace and stability? These are the real indicators of success. In conclusion, Your Excellency, Chairperson, I call to collective responsibility. History will not judge us by the eloquence of our declarations, but by the impact of our actions. We have a historic responsibility to ensure that Agenda 2063 becomes a reality for every African citizen. Let us therefore recommit ourselves to stronger parliamentary leadership, enhanced accountability and oversight, deeper regional cooperation, inclusive governance, and unwavering commitment to Africa transformation. Together we can build a united, prosperous, peaceful, and globally influential Africa. An Africa that is not only imagined, but achieved. An Africa that works for all its people. I thank you for your kind attention. Let's have fruitful deliberations. We'll be together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dr. Gayo, for your enriching contribution, which has given us the priority areas that we need to articulate in terms of realizing results in the implementation of Agenda 2063. The next presenter is Ambassador Marie Antoinette Rose Carter. Where are you? Please take the floor. A round of applause, please.
Your Excellency, President of the Bureau of the Speakers Conference, and members of the Bureau, Your Excellency, the Right Honorable Dr. Fateh Boutbig, President of the Pan-African Parliament, honorable speakers of national and regional parliaments, members of parliament, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor and privilege to address this distinguished gathering on behalf of the African Peer Review Mechanism. Allow me at the outset to extend my warmest congratulations to Dr. Boutbig, President of the Pan-African Parliament, and the newly elected Bureau on their assumption of office, and I wish you every success as you lead this august institution. I also wish to express my sincere appreciation to the Pan-African Parliament for the invitation extended to the African Peer Review Mechanism to contribute to this important dialogue on parliamentary diplomacy and the implementation of Agenda 2063. I'm particularly honored to address this Speakers' Conference as a former Member of Parliament and leader of government business in Seychelles, in the Seychelles National Assembly, now serving as on the continent as the CEO of the African Peer Review Mechanism, the African Union's premier organ on good governance and democracy. First, allow me to establish the context of this presentation and our discussions on this important topic. The role of the APRM is to diagnose governance challenges in our member states. Over the past 2 decades, we have produced no less than 48 reports in 30 countries. Therefore, we possess a sound knowledge of what our challenges are, where they are, what it takes to address them, and how exactly to address them. And this puts me in a unique position to critically examine how our oversight institutions must address the issues of our time with the urgency and attention they deserve. Secondly, our reports have proven to be accurate in their assessment. The post-election violence in Kenya was highlighted in our reports long before the 2007 and 2008 post-election crisis. The security situation in Sudan was highlighted in our 2017 and 2022 reports on the country, and this was well before the April 2023 crisis. Our 2019 comprehensive review reports on Mozambique predicted post-election violence if the electoral system was not fixed, well before conflict erupted in October 2024. And the APRM 2022 comprehensive report on South Africa highlighted xenophobic violence if the issue of migration was not addressed within its proper regional context. I'm citing these examples because the African Union possesses one of the best diagnostic and early warning mechanisms. We know a crisis is on the horizon long before it happens. What we lack is the ability to prevent that crisis, to care genuinely, to work harder and collaboratively, to focus on delivery, and to be citizen-focused and citizen-driven in our work. Now, how can Parliament play a greater role? Parliaments play a critical role in the delivery mechanism. You pass budgets that deliver on public goods and services. You have an oversight role, which in theory should push governments to deliver for their citizens. You pass legislation, which ensures that law and order is respected. You influence policy, which provides citizens with better services. And above all, you carry the voice, concerns, and aspirations of our citizens to those who make things happen. You hold both real power and real influence to make a real difference in the lives of our African citizens. Speakers of parliaments are not spectators in their own chambers. They possess a power to ensure that debates focus on real issues and address real concerns. The power to guide members of parliament on their true role and to turn the House into a place where citizens find their true representatives, debating on their behalf and about their interests, and not the other way around. And above all, it is my personal view that parliaments should have a more sober appreciation of the lived realities of our citizens. While parliaments are governed by their own rules of procedure, these rules should not confine them to heavy bureaucracy or reduce debates to partisan and procedural discussions. Modern-day politics should inspire all of us to approach our work with contextual intelligence, pragmatism, and above all, common sense. Now let us make sense of what the future might look like as far as democracy, peace, and security is concerned, which is a topic of our discussions today. Honorable speakers, let me share with you some of those realities characterizing the uniqueness of our continent. And we know, for example, that our continent is home to the world's largest youth population, 1 billion young men and women under the age of 35 by 2030, which is just around the corner, it's in 4 years. But here is a reality. 10 to 12 million of them enter the job market every year, and this figure will triple to 30 million in the next 5 years, before the next election cycle. Yet 98 to 130 million of them do not go to school, while 400 million more are receiving substandard education, and 280 million of them live in active conflict zones. Over 60 to 110 million young Africans are categorized as NEET, which means not in employment, education, or training, and according to UNICEF, more than 400 million of them live in abject poverty. In this age of AI, as artificial intelligence replaces human intelligence, the continent will need a highly educated and competent workforce. Yet in our speeches and deliberations, we call this our demographic dividend. This is not a dividend. This is a crisis looming large. This is a result of young people becoming restless and taking to the streets, simply demanding a better deal. Let's make it make sense. Today, I would like to send an early warning once more. If we do not address the governance deficits affecting our young people for the first time in the history of our continent, we will have a crisis situation impacting the whole continent. This will happen over the next 5 to 10 years, and this is where the next crisis will come from. Today, we must decide to act and act now to prevent this crisis. Now, APRM, we are developing a comprehensive report in the next Africa Governance Report on this issue, which will be tabled at the AU Summit in January 2027, and subsequently, it will be tabled before this August Parliament. The next crisis might also be fought over basic necessities such as water, specifically access to clean water for human consumption, access to water for sanitation, access to water to cool down the data centers that we are building on the continent, access to water to produce clean energy, and to support the growing number of farms that we are building across the continent as we speak. Yet we all know that a super El Nino is on the horizon, and it will bring unprecedented drought in the southern part of our continent, and too much rainfall in the central and northern part of Africa, both of which can impact crop production and food security. A recent AFDB report published this week has warned that this could cost Africa $20 billion. And here is the interesting fact. 1 in 3 Africans lack access to water. 411 million Africans lack basic water, access to water. Now, we need to make sense of this today because before this crisis reaches full impact, in months, it's happening in the months ahead of us. Parliaments must impress on their governments to present their plans as to how to address this crisis. While Elon Musk talks about the age of abundance in his recent interview, which is technically correct as we produce more than we consume, the reality for our African citizens is very different. More than 400 million Africans die of hunger each year, yet this continent possesses 60% of the world's arable land. Now let's make it make sense again. We need leadership with a sober view of our imperatives, and more importantly, leaders who take decisive strategic actions supported by budgets that find their way into the lives of our citizens. We need strategic foresight to develop more farms on our continent, use technology, produce our own fertilizers, create jobs for young people, and feed our citizens. These budgets and these debates should be prioritized by national parliaments and this parliament. Over the next decade, the center of power will move towards those who can facilitate trade, those who are better connected, those who have better legislation on ease of doing business, those who possess the smartest brains and the most hardworking citizens, those whose governments are stable, and those with a growing middle class and strong economies, those whose leadership possess the wisdom to invest in education and healthcare. This is how we have to make sense. Which is why regional and continental integration, continental trade, and good governance can no longer just be an aspiration. These debates must be on the order of business in your respective parliaments. The next war will be fought from our devices. Those who possess data and information will have more power and influence. Those who control the narrative, the audience, and the means will control the minds and hearts of our citizens. The story of a rogue AI model escaping its sandbox should not be taken lightly. It is an early warning, but we need greater data sovereignty. We need better cyber security and better e-governance policies and legislation. In the years to come, these debates will make their way to your chambers, which is why APRM is developing a paper on e-governance, which will be presented before this Parliament in the first quarter of 2027. Excellencies, make no mistake, the future battlegrounds will likely be in our megacities where pressures for public service delivery are greater, where populations live under unacceptable conditions, where young people go to find a better life and are left disillusioned. Social pressures will continue to grow, resulting in public protests. This is already happening in Nairobi, Lagos, Dar es Salaam, and Johannesburg. And we must address rapid urbanization through the lenses of peace and security, just as much as it is a development issue. Models such as the new Cairo capital and Ethiopia's green ambition should inspire us to learn from our peers and de-escalate tensions in our megacities. This is what future planning must look like for all of our governments. African countries that will experience the most external and foreign influences are those that possess minerals, rare critical minerals that the world desperately needs. And we have many examples where foreign interference have destabilized countries because of their minerals. This will be either a frontier of conflict or a frontier of development, and the choice is entirely ours, as most of these countries are African countries, sometimes ill-equipped to withstand external pressures. And this is why we need strong legislation and policies to negotiate better deals for Africans, by Africans, manufacture our own finished goods, collect more revenue, invest in industrialization, and aspire to become a global player. And this is why we need proper oversight on legislation and policies that govern our natural resources. APRM has developed a comprehensive report on the continent's natural resource governance as a tool to better equip our member states, a report which we can gladly share with all of you. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not here to only paint a somber picture of the future of our continent. This is a collective reality check, requiring all of us to act beyond our chambers, conference halls, and meeting rooms, and to join our citizens where it matters. The Africa we want, our collective success, will depend not only on visionary policies and ambitious development strategies, but also on the strength of our democratic institutions. Effective governance requires institutions that are accountable, transparent, inclusive, and responsive to the needs and aspirations of our citizens. Among those institutions, parliaments occupy a unique and indispensable position. Greek philosopher Plato offered a timeless reflection that continues to resonate with governance practitioners today, and I quote, "The price good people pay for indifference to public affairs is to be ruled by evil men." Parliamentary diplomacy, therefore, extends far beyond fostering relations among legislatures. It is a strategic instrument for strengthening democratic governance, promoting peace and stability, advancing regional integration, and reinforcing mutual accountability among African nations. Now, let me quickly make 5 recommendations for future collaborations. First, we provide diagnosis of our challenges. APRM's recommendations must therefore find their way through your parliaments. We already have an MOU with the Pan-African parliaments, and let's agree on a roadmap to make this happen. Second, through rigorous budget scrutiny, legislative reform, and oversight of public expenditure, parliaments can ensure that governance reforms translate into improved service delivery, sustainable economic development, and greater public confidence in state institutions. Third, parliamentary committees are particularly well placed to monitor implementation of APRM national programs of action and ensure that commitments made by governments deliver measurable results for citizens. Fourth, while the APRM has made remarkable progress in assessing governance performance across the continent, we are equally conscious that the true measure of success lies not in the production of review reports, but in the effective implementation of their recommendations. Against this background, the APRM will launch early in 2027 an ambitious governance support program. This program represents a significant evolution of the mechanism from primarily assessing governance to actively supporting member states in implementing governance reforms. And fifth, the collaboration between the Pan-African Parliament and the African Peer Review Mechanism is therefore of immense strategic significance. Together, our institutions can strengthen parliamentary oversight of APRM national programs of action, encourage greater utilization of APRM review reports within parliamentary committees, promote evidence-based legislation, and deepen citizen participation in governance processes. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we only get one chance at what we do, a privilege to serve our continent. And history will not judge us by the meetings we attend, the reports we write, the tweets we post, or the declarations we adopt. It will judge us by whether the lives of our citizens are safer, more prosperous, and more hopeful because of the choices we make. It will judge us by whether the lives of our citizens are measurably better because we serve. And the challenge before us is not whether we know what to do, it is whether we have the courage to act. I thank you for your kind attention, and I wish you fruitful deliberations.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ambassador. The Ambassador has clearly articulated that to execute Agenda 2063, we must focus on issues for development. We should disabuse bureaucracy, employ human capital by giving special accent to the engagement of the youth, and Africa must exercise water sovereignty as part of the necessary ingredient for development and achieving Agenda 2063. And she warns us about the dangers of rapid urbanization that is a result of population explosion. And finally, for us to achieve Agenda 2063, it is important that we exercise monitoring and evaluation matrix. Honorable speakers, deputy speakers, and delegates, lunch is ready, but before we go for lunch, allow me to call upon Honorable Vuisa Ramahopat, member of the Executive Council of Gauteng for Economic Development, Agriculture, and Rural Development, to make a statement, and thereafter we'll advise what follows. The Honorable Member. Yes, a round of applause, please. We still have the energy before lunch.
Honorable President of the Pan-African Parliament, let me begin by saying I know the great risk that I face because I'm standing between the members and lunch. So I will try to be as expeditious as possible in my remarks. Let me also recognize the Honorable Minister of International Relations and Cooperation, Honorable Speaker, presiding officers and members of the Pan-African Parliament, Your Excellencies, representatives of the African Union, members of the Diplomatic Corps, and distinguished delegates present. Good afternoon, Sanbonani, bonjour. Au nom de la province de Gauteng, je vous souhaite la It's a privilege to welcome you and to host this first ordinary session of the 7th legislature of the Pan-African Parliament. We are particularly proud to welcome you here in Midrand, which is the permanent home of the Continental Institution. The location of the Pan-African Parliament in Gauteng is not incidental. It reflects the central place that Gauteng occupies in the political, diplomatic, and economic life of our country and our continent. It also demonstrates South Africa's continuing commitment to the African Union and to the project of African integration. Today, you've not simply gathered in a venue, you have gathered in one of Africa's most connected economic regions at the center of a market of millions of consumers, businesses, workers, innovators, and entrepreneurs. Gauteng may be the smallest province by land area, but it remains the country's largest provincial economy. And in 2024, it accounted for 33.2% of South Africa's nominal gross domestic product, and the economy grew by 0.8% during that year. But our message today is not simply about the strength of Gauteng's economy. Our message is that Gauteng is on a journey of building the infrastructure, institutions, and partnerships required to become a more effective gateway for African trade, for investment, for tourism, and for industrial development. The Gauteng city region brings together 3 of our largest metros, as well as the 5 regions. So Johannesburg, Tshwane, Ekurhuleni, the West Rand, and Sedibeng are all together in an interconnected metropolitan economy. And within this city region are the headquarters of major African and multinational businesses, leading financial institutions, research institutions, universities, manufacturing centers, and continental and multilateral organizations. And at the heart of our connectivity is the OR Tambo International Airport, which is Africa's busiest and biggest airport and facilitating more than 21 million passengers annually. It is also a critical continental cargo hub linking Gauteng's businesses and industries with African and global markets. And that connectivity continues to expand. Only last month, a new direct service between Midrand and Johannesburg commenced operations. Now that route will operate 3 times a week, opening further connections to Europe and Latin America and creating new possibilities for tourism, investment, and trade. Our roads, rail, networks, logistics platforms, airports, and industrial corridors position Gauteng not only as a destination, but as a launchpad into the broader Southern African and continental market. This is particularly significant as the African Continental Free Trade Area is implemented, which creates the possibility of connecting markets of more than 1 billion people. However, honorable members, we know that agreements alone will not create that trade and will not create the meaningful economic opportunities for our continent. We need to build and invest in the production capacity, in the efficient logistics networks, in investable projects and trade and investment pipelines, as well as build the reliable institutions and businesses that are ready to export. I'd like to share with you briefly, honorable members, that many of you may have attended the Gauteng Investment Conference and indeed participated in that. We are proud to report further that Gauteng is open for business. And as of the recent investment conference, we were able to raise over 200 billion rand worth of pledges towards investment and infrastructure projects in the various corridors of the province. In the 2025-26 financial year, the Gauteng Growth and Development Agency facilitated investment projects valued at 18.5 billion rand and trade opportunities to that effect as well, creating more than 7,300 jobs. The message here, ladies and gentlemen, is that Gauteng is open for business. Gauteng is a home for the investors, the innovators, the creators, and our brothers and sisters in the region and in the continent, and we want to continue to strengthen relations with our regional partners and position Gauteng as a leading destination for industrial activity, manufacturing, as well as global trade. We recognize that investment and tourism decisions are not only shaped by incentives and attractions, they are also shaped by the lived experiences of people in our province. So our objective is to ensure that investors and visitors experience safe transport, functioning infrastructure, reliable services, clear regulation, and responsive public institutions. The Gauteng provincial government is therefore strengthening integrated safety measures and cooperation between law enforcement agencies, tourism authorities, municipalities, and other key institutions. Honorable members and distinguished guests, the Pan-African Parliament embodies a belief that Africa's challenges and opportunities cannot be confined within national borders. Climate change, food security, energy migration, digital transformation, infrastructure, and industrialization are continental questions, and therefore they require a continental approach and a continental response. Gauteng is ready to be a platform on which some of those answers are developed jointly with yourselves and your countries. We invite African businesses and governments to use Gauteng as a location and continue to deepen your footprint in our province, to join us on our journey of deepening and advancing our advanced manufacturing industries, financial services, technology, research, logistics, agro-processing, which is a particular favorite of mine, and the creative industries. We invite legislators and policymakers to help us in coming up with the solutions that will secure the future of our many millions of young Africans who continue to look for opportunities but also wish to contribute positively to governance and to the economic growth of our continent. The success of Gauteng must not be measured only by the value of our provincial economy, but by the contribution that we make to the prosperity of our neighbors and to the continent. May this 7th legislature deepen democratic cooperation, and may it help convert the aspirations of the African Union into practical improvements into the lives of our people. And may every delegate leave Gauteng with a clearer sense of the possibilities that can be unlocked when Africa connects, produces, trades, and grows together. On behalf of the Gauteng government and the people of our province, I welcome you to Midrand, I welcome you to Johannesburg, and to our province of Gauteng, the economic heartland of South Africa, and I welcome you home. I thank you. Je vous en prie.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vuyiswa Ramakgopa. The challenge has been given to us that we are in a province that is well interconnected economically in South Africa and to the rest of Africa. And it is a melting pot for South Africa's economy, contributing 33% to the South African gross domestic product. And the province is open for business, including being open for business to all speakers of Africa. I now wish to declare this session, part of this session, closed. We go for lunch now, and we come back at exactly 14:45, which is 2:45. This session, therefore, is adjourned. I thank you. Madam Clerk of Parliament wants to make an announcement. She didn't warn me in advance. I shall indulge her.
Thank you, Honorable President. I have one announcement to make, that the lunch that is served today is with compliments from the Executive Council of the Gauteng Provincial Economic Development and Agriculture and Rural Development Department, represented by Honorable Vuyiswa Makgopa today. So may we thank her for this gracious compliment. Thank you.
Thank you. A big round of applause. A big round of applause, please, because we receive. Thank you.
The lunch is in the foyer as we exit at the back.
Come with me. Honorable members, may I address myself to the honorable speakers, the honorable deputy speakers, and honorable members, heads of delegation. Our time was supposed to be 2:45. We've gone over by 5 minutes. So we revert to session 1, in which the honorable speakers and deputies have indicated their willingness to debate. They have registered, and I'm going to go by that list. Accordingly, the first honorable member, honorable speaker to take the floor is Honorable Kenyi from Kenya. Kenya.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my name is Dr. Danson Mungatana. I am Senator from the Republic of Kenya. I have the brief for the Honorable Speaker. I'm the head of delegation for our country's delegation to the Pan-African Parliament. Mr. Speaker was here but has just gotten a bit of sickness. So, Mr. Speaker, I have taken the floor briefly to share our experiences in the implementation of Agenda 2063. And you will recall, Mr. Speaker, that Agenda 2063 is the 50-year strategic plan which was arrived at after the 50th anniversary of African heads of states and governments in 2015. And you will recall, Your Excellency, that...
Honorable member?
Yes.
My sincere apology. I should have given clear timelines. Every speaker will have at least 3 minutes.
Yes.
Because there are so many of them.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
So I restrict my remarks to exactly 3 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, the vision was for 50 years, where the heads of states said they want to create the Africa that we want. So they created a 7-point pillar, and they created flagship projects that were to be pursued. So our national experience in terms of what have we done in our country to feed into this 2063 agenda. Mr. Speaker, first of all, as a nation and as a parliament, we supported the signing and ratification of the African Free Trade Area. Mr. Speaker, we were, as a country, one of the first nations to sign this. And we went beyond that. Our nation was actively involved in the GTI, the Guided Trade Initiative, in which, Mr. Speaker, Kenya sent batteries manufactured in Kenya and tea from Kenya that was sent to Ghana. And Mr. Speaker, it was an application of what we want to achieve under Agenda 2063. As you are aware, Mr. Speaker, the global figure for the merchandise trade in Africa is 1.5 trillion, but only 15% of that is traded intra-Africa. So this guided trade initiative is part of what, as a nation, we are pushing, and it was successful for the first round, and we have seen a lot of Ghanaian traders. In fact, they opened a very big office in Nairobi to encourage small traders. So on that side, Mr. Speaker, That is one of our national experience. Mr. Speaker, another interesting experience for us was the heavy infrastructural investment in the standard gauge railway. For us, through Parliament, we managed to put in resources for the executive so that we can create, we can build a standard gauge railway, a very big one that is traversing the country, parts of the country. That investment is still ongoing. This is supposed to feed into the larger figure, the larger picture of the 2063 agenda so that we can improve communication and transport. You will recall, Mr. Speaker, another national experience. We have been one of the first countries
Your mic, please.
to open up our skies, Mr. Speaker, so that in Kenya now, in Nairobi, you can come. So long as you are an African, you can come and then you worry about the visa processes. Because we have gone out of our way through announcements by the President, supported by legislative measures, to make sure that Africans will feel welcomed within Nairobi. Mr. Speaker, we have gone to do our part on the achievement of digital transformation by heavily investing through Parliament and the executive, the creation of what we are calling the Silicon Savannah in Kenya. We have built and we are continuing to invest in a whole new city, which we are calling the Konza Technopolis. Here, Mr. Speaker, in keeping with what 2063 agenda requires, the digital transformation, we are inviting big companies, investors from all over, who are putting in their infrastructure so that that part of the country will create a center for connectivity and part that can be relied on when we have the digital transformation that is targeted within the Agenda 2063. Mr. Speaker, it will not be lost that road network in Kenya now, this road that is connecting Nairobi, going all the way to Busia and into Uganda, we are doing a huge investment, and this is through Parliament working together with the executive. Millions of Kenya shillings have been put into this, actually billions, into this program so that we can expand. And this will hugely increase the flow of goods within our borders. And Mr. Speaker, this expansion, once it is complete, because they are doing it in parts, it will form part of the huge investment in terms of road infrastructure that will create connectivity within our area, and it will eventually feed into the broader agenda of 2063. I don't want to take too much time to say this, Your Excellency, Mr. Speaker, but our various engagements with our regional parliaments, our various engagements within our own East African area, Kenya has put its best foot forward to ensure that, Mr. Speaker, the Agenda 2063
Thank you very much for your timekeeping. Please give the honorable member a round of applause. But honorable speakers, what's happening now? Please switch off your mics. There's some interference. One issue that the honorable member has mentioned is the railway system. Africa cannot interconnect in the railway system as long as the standard gauge is not adopted from Cape to Cairo. Kenya, I think, has led the way. I think we need to take some cue from them so that we harmonize our railway infrastructure, especially in terms of the gauge. Next, Honorable Member or Speaker to take the floor is Honorable Mariam Ibet from Chad. From Chad.
Honorable members of the conference, from the onset, please permit me to express, on behalf of the National Assembly of Chad, our profound gratitude to the authorities of the Republic of South Africa. And this gratitude equally goes to our Chadian authorities for their facilitation of our participation to this event. And we equally want to extend the apologies of the President of the National Assembly, who is unavoidably absent and has designated me to represent him. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference is happening at a decisive moment of the history of our continent. The Agenda 2063 is the expression of this collective ambition, and obviously this ambition can only become a reality if our parliamentarians play their rightful role. This simply means that the parliament is the house of the people and is the voice of democracy and the custodian of democracy, where national consensus is built. Beyond this mission, our parliaments have become very important stakeholders of modern diplomacy. Through this parliamentary diplomacy, we are building bridges across boundaries. We are creating space of dialogue where some are very cautious. Excellency, Chad, the country of tomorrow, is situated at the heart of Africa. This conviction is profound. Chad shares boundaries with many countries, and it's found at the crossroad of many geopolitical and strategic zones, and this position gives it a particular responsibility when it comes to the quest of peace, regional stability, and African solidarity. For over many years, Chad, my country, brings a known contribution to the African effort of peacekeeping and the fight against terrorism, notably in the Lake Chad Basin and in the Sahel region. This contribution translates our conviction that the security of African countries is linked to that of our neighboring countries. Today, under the impulse of the auspices of Marshal of Chad, Mahamat Idriss Déby Itno, the President of the Republic of Chad, Chad is continuing its commitment in favor of stability and regional cooperation and the strengthening of African integration. As a testimony, recently, the Marshal of Chad has decided to scrap or cancel from the 1st of January 2027. This decision aims at facilitating trade and to uniting our people and give more ambitions to our parliament. As far as the implementation of Agenda 2063 is concerned, Chad aligns this agenda on this national plan of development. The new plan, Chad Connection 2026, is directly in Agenda 2063, and emphasis is going to be laid on economic diversification, infrastructure, local industrialization, and climate resilience, and again, the mastery of water, with the recent organization of the African Forum of Water in July of this year. Distinguished parliamentarians, our National Assembly is accompanies vision by developing an active parliamentary diplomacy based on dialogue, mutual respect, and the quest for solutions. Ladies and gentlemen, despite this progress, Chad is faced with many difficulties high poverty, food insecurity, limited access to potable water and electricity, youth unemployment, and above all, the reception of millions of refugees coming from neighboring countries of Chad, with consequence, regional instability. The urgency to act for action is on the millions of Sudanese who are refugees in the east of Chad. That's why I'm urging from this tribune the fact that these efforts made by my country, Chad, should be valued the way it's supposed to be. Ladies and gentlemen, Agenda 2063 can only be realized by everyone. The representatives of people that we are have the historic responsibility to be the main stakeholders. We should strengthen policies in terms of education, youth employment, health, and empowerment of women. A country which invests in its youth is building its power. So let's invest for the African youth in order to make Africa more powerful. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the 21st century should be that of African awakening. Our continent has natural resources which are the most important of the world. It has the most youthful population of the world and benefits from a huge agricultural, energy, cultural, and digital potential. Our real challenge is that of governance, integration, and solidarity. Africa of tomorrow is not going to be birthed in division. It's going to be constructed in unity, mutual trust, and my country, Chad, could profoundly is going to remain a partner for a strong Africa, a stable Africa, which is peaceful and influential in world affairs. To conclude, I would like to urge all the African partners that we should make parliamentary diplomacy the political engine of Agenda 2063. We should render our parliaments laboratories for African reform. So we should render our parliamentary action an instrument of peace, prosperity, and integration. And so we are going to actually build a future Africa which is united, so sovereign, in solidarity, and in control of its destiny. Thank you, the Honorable President.
Thank you very much. Well summarized within the time limit of 3 minutes. The next, the Honorable Speaker, His Excellency Daniel Silo from Tanzania.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency, President of the Conference, Honorable Vice Presidents, Right Honorable Speakers and Deputy Speakers present. It gives me a pleasure to participate in this very crucial dialogue discussing about the issues of our Africa. Dear friends and colleagues, the implementation of Agenda 2063 for Tanzania is best understood as an extension of its national development planning and delivery system, where Agenda 2063 priorities are domesticated into national plans, sector strategies, and performance frameworks. Tanzania has also produced progress reporting on Agenda 2023 implementation, reflecting an institutionalized approach to tracking, domestication, and the delivery. Dear colleagues and friends, I have the pleasure to share experience in implementing Agenda 2063 by highlighting very few points. One is mainstreaming Agenda 2063 into national planning frameworks. Dear Honorable President, Tanzania mainstreams Agenda 2063 by integrating its goals into successive 5 years development plan, as well as Vision 2050, famously as known as DIRA 2050. Another sectoral strategy which target by 2050 to have a GDP of 1 trillion upper middle income country. These plans align to the agenda aspirations like inclusive growth, infrastructure, human capital, and regional integration. Secondly, is the strong political commitment into implementing Agenda 2063. Tanzania implementation experience as well as strong political commitment at high level makes a move for documents and plans to actions. Leaders and government make a decision to prioritize the Agenda 2063. For instance, Tanzania ratified the African Continent Free Trade Area in 2021, allocates budget for strategic infrastructures such as railways, one border post, regional roadworks network, and improving port just to foster integration. Thirdly, is a result-based monitoring and evaluation system. Tanzania's implementation experience also reflects strengthening monitoring and evaluation system that can support Agenda 2063 tracking. Number 4 is institutionalization through Agenda 2063 progress reporting. Mr. President, Tanzania has submitted progressive report on Agenda 2063 implementation covering a period within the first 10 years cycle. The availability of a dedicated progress report indicates institutional capacity to compile progress, evidence, link achievement to Agenda 2063, and communicate results through AU reporting structures. Number 5, integration and trade facilitation as part of economic transformation. Dear Mr. President, Agenda 2063 is closely connected to continental integration priorities such as trade facilitation and the reduction of the trade costs. Number 6, engagement of citizens in private sector. Dear Mr. President, Tanzania runs the campaign known as Tanzania Tunaitaka by 2050, means the Tanzania we want by 2050, which mirrors the Africa we want by 2063. So we conduct outreach program to make citizens in private sector aware and own DIRA 2050, which reflect Agenda 2063. Now, best practice that we have in Tanzania. Number 1 is convergence through mapping national priorities to Agenda 2063. Mr. President, a core best practice is conducting domestication through mapping and alignment rather than treating Agenda 2063 as a separate agenda. Number 2, embed Agenda 2063 into national monitoring evaluation and evaluation planning. Tanzania experience suggests that Agenda 2063 implementations improve when monitoring and evaluation systems are strengthened and when evaluation planning exists to support learning and course correction. Number 3, institutional reporting and feedback loops. The existence of Tanzania's Agenda 2063 progress report demonstrates that feedback loops can be established through formal reporting cycles. Number 4, use sector execution to translate aspirations into implementable programs. Dear Mr. President, African Union domestication guidance highlights mapping and approval of development policies, legislation, and implementation arrangements. Tanzania's approach reflects sector-led execution linked to national plans and the institutional mandates. Number 5, trade facilitation and administrative reforms as implementation levers for integration goals. Dear Mr. President, Agenda 2063 goals related to integration and prosperity often require operational reforms, customs efficiency, reduced border delays, and digitalization of trade processes. Evidence on trade facilitation shows how customs and procedural reforms affect trade costs and the African continent free trade area outcomes. Tanzania's trade facilitation status and reforms can be monitored through digital trade facilitation assessments. Dear Mr. President, as I conclude, Tanzania's experience in implementing Agenda 2063 demonstrates the practical value of convergence, aligning national development plans and sector delivery systems with continental priorities. Key elements include institutionalization through Agenda 2063 progress reporting, use of results-based monitoring and evaluation systems, domestication through mapping national priorities to Agenda 2063, and ongoing administrative reforms that support economic integration, particularly through trade facilitation and customs modernization. I thank you so much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. A round of applause, please. Thank you. The next speaker to take the floor is Excellency John Bones Bideri, Rwanda. Rwanda.
You can come here.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you, Your Excellency. On behalf of the leadership of the Parliament of Rwanda, allow me, Your Excellencies, to share with you the progress and experience of the Republic of Rwanda in the implementation of Agenda 2063. Rwanda's implementation of Agenda 2063 is aligned with both its long-term national development ambitions and the continental vision adopted by the African Union. Rwanda has integrated Agenda 2063 into its national planning frameworks, ensuring that continental priorities are reflected in national policies, strategies, and development programs. 2023 marked the end of the first 10-year implementation plan. According to the Second Continental Report on the implementation of Agenda 2063, published by the African Union Development Agency, AUDA NEPAD, at the end of the first 10-year implementation plan, only 10 countries have been able to implement 50% or more of the 20 goals, Rwanda ranking first with 64%. The 2025 Rwanda's Progress Report on implementation of the second 10-year implementation plan of Agenda 2063 indicates that Rwanda has made significant progress in advancing inclusive and sustainable economic growth through strengthened government programs, private sector partnerships, and expanded social services. Key interventions are focused on job creation for youth and women, agricultural modernization, nutrition-sensitive programs such as the one cow per family in a local language called Girinka, and targeted infrastructure investments to expand access to electricity, safe drinking water, and sanitation. These efforts have yielded measurable results. Because of shortage of time, I will not go into any of them. Rwanda's progress is built on strong leadership, accountable governance, gender mainstreaming, and the use of homegrown solutions like performance contracts, partnerships with development stakeholders, the integration of technology, and the embrace of Rwanda's values are key enablers. By aligning national priorities with the continental and global agenda, Rwanda has achieved a significant score on the EU Agenda 2063 dashboard, reflecting its dedication to inclusive, sustainable development. What are the challenges? One of the major challenges is the climate change and environmental degradation, which threaten natural resources and development targets, increasing vulnerability and requiring greater investment. If you allow me, Your Excellency, I'm about to finish. Some of the key lessons that I would like to share with you. The lessons highlight the critical role of leadership, innovation, inclusivity, and strategic integration in advancing Rwanda's development and achieving the goal of Agenda 2063. One of them is consistent political leadership and a commitment to effective governance, demonstrate that stability, accountability, and transparency are essential for sustainable development and socio-economic progress. Two, the use of culturally rooted frameworks such as performance contracts underscores the value of adapting development models to local contexts and leveraging African values for institutional accountability and measurable results. Three, engaging diverse stakeholders, including the private sector, civil society, academia, and citizens, emphasizes the importance of consultative and participatory approaches in driving national transformation. Investment in digital infrastructure and innovative solutions has enhanced service delivery across sectors, illustrating how technology can accelerate development and resilience, particularly during crises. Support for private sector growth and regional integration has promoted economic diversification, job creation, and business-friendly environment, offering a model for other African countries. Finally, among the experiences we want to share, aligning national strategies with the Continental Agenda 2063 and Global SDGs framework ensures coherence, effective resource mobilization, and measurable progress, providing a roadmap for harmonizing development agenda. In conclusion, Agenda 2063 represents not only a roadmap, but also a call to action. It requires visionary leadership, institutional resilience, and above all, the active ownership of African citizens and the diaspora. If these conditions are met by 2063, Africa will not only have achieved its aspirations, but also assumed its rightful place as a prosperous, democratic, and globally influential continent. Rwanda remains committed to implementing Agenda 2063 by integrating its aspirations into national development plans, strengthening partnerships with regional and international stakeholders, and continuously monitoring progress through national and continental reporting mechanism. I submit. Thank you, Your Excellency, for giving me extra time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well done for timekeeping. A round of applause, please. The next honorable member to speak, Her Excellency Samsem Mohammed from Somalia.
Thanks, Excellency. No comment.
I didn't get, are you declining to speak?
Yes, Excellency. It's me from Somalia.
You can speak now.
No. Sorry.
You have declined. Thank you very much. And next is Excellency Ismaila Diallo from Senegal. Senegal.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Na ngeen def yéen a ngi ci jàmm. Excellence, Monsieur le Président du Parlement panafricain, Dr. Fatteh Bouteflika.
Your Excellency, President of PAP, Dr. Fatteh Bouteflika. Your Excellency, Presidents of National Regional Parliaments, distinguished MPs, dear colleagues, distinguished guests. It's a great pleasure for me to take the floor before you on behalf of His Excellency Ousmane Sonko, President of the National Assembly of Senegal, who is unavoidably absent because, as you all know, these past days we've been celebrating a feast of Touba, and the President should actively participate to this event. I am transmitting his fraternal and brotherly greetings, and also the thanks to the Pan-African Parliament for the invitation to this very important annual conference. As far as I'm concerned, by going through this hall, I felt at home. I came here as a Senegalese, but here permit me to be a Gambian or a Somalian or a Congolese. And this is the meaning of Pan-Africanism. This parliament, it's an African, its architecture, its words, and its atmosphere talks to me. You see, Pan-Africanism is not only proclaimed, but it's felt. So my profound sentiment of belonging is important, and this sentiment of belonging should be within us if we want to actually move Africa forward. And here in South Africa, we feel the spirit of Madiba, Nelson Mandela, that of dignity, freedom, courage, and an Africa which is up, conscious of its power and master of its destiny. These emotions should equally seize us because in a situation of globalization which move towards a uniformization of cultures, models, and traditions, Africa should not disappear, but it has to assert itself. So in the world, we should first of all know who we are. Our identity is a power. Our Pan-Africanism, it's a strength. We need a real African solidarity based on this conscience of a shared destiny, not to separate us from the world, but to dialogue with the world by remaining true to ourselves and defending our sovereign interests, values, and our vision.
Switch on your mic, please. Mic, yes.
With regards to the theme, our parliament should be fully committed in the achievement of Agenda 2063, because Agenda 2063 should not just be limited to ambitions, but it should be translated to a reality lived by the African people, like sustainable access to water and sanitation, because water represents dignity, represents health, it represents food self-sufficiency, and it represents sovereignty and social life. Our parliaments have a major responsibility to vote laws necessary and to control the essential use of water and respect the commitments at the continental level so that it should produce concrete results in the life of our population. Faced with this challenge, Senegal is proposing 3 items. First, strengthening the permanent dialogue between our parliaments. Our discussion should be regular, structured, and oriented towards concrete results. We should multiply joint missions and good experiences between the Pan-African Parliament, regional parliaments, and national parliaments. Secondly, we should fast-track the convergence of our laws. The AfCFTA and Agenda 2063 can only produce all the effects if we unite our efforts. So we should progressively try to unite our laws in terms of trade, investment, movements, and governance. Thirdly, we should further give the place of the Parliament when it comes to the implementation of the decisions of the African Union, because these continental decisions which are not taken up by our parliaments will remain incomplete. So parliaments should be further associated before and after the preparation, the implementation, and the monitoring of great continental decisions. For that, ladies and gentlemen, Senegal has a great ambition for a united Africa which is in solidarity and sovereign, an Africa which defends its priorities, its interests, an Africa which transforms its immense resources into shared prosperity for its people. In this ambition, the African Parliament should have their rightful place. I thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much. A round of applause, please. Yes, much better. Next is Excellency Tom Bong from Gambia.
Your Excellency, the President of the Conference, Honorable President and Bureau of the Pan-African Parliament, Honorable Speakers, Presiding Officers of national and regional parliaments, Honorable Members of Parliament, our presenters, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, I bring you greetings from the smiling coast of Africa, the Gambia. We gather today to deliberate on a theme that sits at the heart of our continental destiny, the role of parliamentary diplomacy in strengthening relations and achieving the objectives of Agenda 2063. As we engage in these roundtable discussions, we must recognize that Agenda 2063, that's the Africa we want, is not only a visionary document of the African Union, it is a solemn intergenerational covenant we have signed with the future of this continent. For this covenant to be honored, national parliaments must transition from being passive observers to becoming the proactive engines of continental transformation. In the Gambia, our journey towards the realization of Agenda 2063 is inextricably linked to our domestic reform agenda. Following our democratic transition, we recognized a fundamental truth. The Africa we want cannot be built on the foundations of fragile institutions. In February 2025, we launched the National Assembly Strategic Plan 2025-2029. This plan serves as our localized roadmap for Aspiration 3 of Agenda 2063, that's envisioning an Africa of good governance, democracy, and the sacrosanct rule of law. Through this instrument of parliamentary diplomacy, we have sought to harmonize our legislative priorities with regional goals, particularly within ECOWAS, creating a synergy that accelerates sustainable development. A flagship best practice from the Gambian experience is our recent pioneering of constitutional diplomacy. Just this month, the National Assembly of the Gambia convened the Maiden Tripartite Conference on the Commonwealth Latina House Principles, bringing together the executive, the legislature, and the judiciary. It is quite a significant milestone because a continent of strong institutions, as envisioned in Agenda 2063, requires institutional harmony at the national level. By stabilizing the tripartite relationship at home, we are better positioned to engage as a reliable partner in regional integration. Furthermore, we are currently operationalizing an e-parliament system. By digitalizing our legislative processes, we are currently contributing to Aspiration 1, which envisions a prosperous Africa driven by science, technology, and innovation. We are proving that a modern legislature must be digitally agile to be truly representative. Despite our collective progress, we face strategic imperatives that require urgent attention. First, we must address the domestication gap. For too many AU treaties and protocols remain unratified, we must use the tools of parliamentary diplomacy to engage our respective executives to ensure that these continental instruments are given the force of law at home. Second, our power of the purse must be wielded with continental foresight. We must ensure that our national budgets are Agenda 2063 responsive, prioritizing investments in infrastructure, youth empowerment, and gender equity. Third, as the primary representatives of the people, we must bridge the gap between the high-level rhetoric of Addis Ababa and the daily realities of our constituents. Agenda 2063 must cease to be a concept of the elite and become a household vision in our villages and towns. Parliamentary diplomacy should turn our borders into bridges. We must learn from the best practices of our peers, be it Rwanda's digital revolution, Kenya's committee Vigo, or the Gambia's tripartite dialogues. In this regard, the Pan-African Parliament remains the ultimate platform for this coordination. We must therefore continue to advocate for the PAP to be granted the full legislative powers necessary to oversee the implementation of continental policies, programs effectively. As we share our experiences today, let us be reminded that the clock is ticking. Agenda 2063 is a 50-year journey, and we are already navigating its second decade. On behalf of the National Assembly of the Gambia, I renew our commitment to the African Union's vision. Let us work with a sense of urgency, lead with integrity, and utilize our diplomatic and legislative mandates to build an Africa that is integrated, prosperous, and at peace with itself. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. A round of applause. Thank you, Gambia. The next is Excellency Sangara from the DRC.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Bonjour.
Good afternoon to you, my dear colleagues. Honorable Chair of our conference and honorable members of the Bureau of our conference, my esteemed colleagues, let me begin by thanking the Pan-African Parliament as well as the host country, the Republic of South Africa, for the brotherly welcome that has been given to us and for the facilities provided since our arrival. This session focuses on Agenda 2063 of the African Union, and let me share with you the contribution of the DRC in implementing this under the leadership of His Excellency Mr. Tshisekedi in order to improve coordination of programs around Agenda 2063 implementation. The government has included in its plan of action some of these measures. For example, integration into the national plan, development strategies with 5 priority pillars for implementing Agenda 2063. Secondly, in the Ministry of Planning, we have set up a team dedicated for monitoring and implementation of the roadmap of Agenda 2063. Now, as to our Parliament, it has been playing its role in ensuring that all the commitments taken within the African Union are fully respected in our country. Honorable Chair, on this occasion, let me share with you 2 flagship projects of our government which are in line with the objectives and roadmap of Agenda 2063 of the African Union. Firstly, the Green Corridor from Kinshasa to the Inga Dam project. So the Green Route is an ecological corridor of about 270 square kilometers, which will link the eastern and western parts of the DRC and protect the biodiversity and forests and create new opportunities for development for the local communities. The Green Corridor from Kivu to Kinshasa is part of our climate project in Africa and also to respect the commitments of Agenda 2063. It's one of the most ambitious projects in terms of sustainable development on our continent.
Concrètement,
this complementarity can be seen in numerous areas. Firstly, in regards to the protection of the forest of the Congo Basin, the Green Corridor is to preserve millions of hectares of tropical forest and to ensure we combat global warming as well as reducing CO2 emissions. As far as conservation of biodiversity, this Green Corridor project protects our ecosystems, and we have the richest ecosystems on the planet, and it also protects our ecological resources. This is in line with protection of the environment to ensure sustainable agriculture, to promote agroforestry, and to have sustainable fishing, and to have a responsible management of our forests. The objective is to create employment and protect our forests at the same time. The issue of climate resilience of communities is also taken into account in the Green Corridor, so that this development for the benefit of the communities, the local communities, improve their methods of subsistence and combat global warming. So this is in line with numerous aspirations of the Agenda 2063, a prosperous future, sustainable development, protection of natural resources, and green growth. It is a concrete tradition of the DRC for supporting Agenda 2063. Secondly, as far as energy production, let me remind you that access to energy is not an objective agenda of Agenda 2063, but one of the primary requirements for its success. There is no industrialization or agricultural transformation or employment creation without abundant energy that is accessible, affordable, and sustainable. The DRC government has adopted a national energy plan called the M300. It's sustainable energy production, a clean environment provided for 300 million Africans for over a 20-year period. The DRC will therefore increase our energy supplies to 62% by 2030 for 130 million inhabitants, which is about 43% of the continental target. On the continent, the DRC is a response to Africa's needs as far as clean energy. Secondly, 44,000 megawatts will be produced by the Inga Dam. This is a major achievement as far as our national development as well as the continent's development. Because of the potential as far as generating electricity, the Great Inga Dam project will be a pillar for electrification and industrialization for our continent. Just an illustration for you. South Africa is buying more than 250,000 megawatts. Guinea, Nigeria, and Namibia have also demonstrated interest in buying our energy. During our parliamentary session, we will be considering legislation on the Great Inga Dam. Once the law is adopted, it will contribute to making real an energy project on the continent. We have support from the World Bank for funding, as well as the African Development Bank. Honorable Chair, let me conclude by reminding you of our great common baobab, that is Nelson Mandela. He said, "A vision which is not supported by action is only a dream. An action which leads to a vision is lost time. A vision followed by action can change the world." The first decade of Agenda 2063 has not we've not reached the objectives, but we can set new objectives. The challenges are significant. Many speakers have already said this, but we need to do better. We need to do better for the decades to come, particularly for 2030 to 2040. The DRC is committed to do this. I thank you.
Thank you very much. If you had not spoken about the Inga Dam, I was going to stop you from presenting.
Why, Mr. Speaker?
The Inga Dam is our hope for sufficient energy production for the continent. Without sufficient energy, there's no way Africa can industrialize, including in the use of digital technologies, especially artificial intelligence, and the issue of internet penetration, which depends on electricity, availability of electricity. So congratulations for your efforts in ensuring that the Inga Dam project is going to drive significantly Agenda 2063. Thank you very much. The next to take the floor is His Excellency Mohammed from Algeria.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أولا أنقل لكم تحيات رئيس مجلس الأمة الأستاذ عزوز ناصري، والذي يتمنى التوفيق لهذا المؤتمر، وقد كلفني بصفتي رئيسا للجنة الشؤون الخارجية على مستوى مجلس الأمة لتمثيله.
Honorable Chair of the session, could the speaker start once again? There was a technical issue.
If you could start afresh, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. إذن باسم السيد رئيس مجلس.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. On behalf of Nasri, the Speaker of the National Assembly of Algeria, who was unable to be here with you, I would like to take the floor. He wishes you the best for this session and has requested that I represent him in making this statement as far as the implementation of Agenda 2063. Algeria's experience in this sector is very important. Algeria has focused on implementing Agenda 2063 using three main approaches. First of all, to date, Algeria has submitted 3 reports to the APRM. Our most recent report of 2023 confirmed that Algeria has made significant steps in implementing Agenda 2063. If there are to be any recommendations shared for the implementation of Agenda 2063, we would be happy to share. One advice we'd like to share is that we need to submit our reports. 75% of our objectives have been implemented as far as Agenda 2063 is concerned. We have a second approach that we have been using to assess our implementation. We have implemented Afro-centered projects, first of all. Piping of gas from Algeria to Tunisia. This was part of the NEPAD projects. We've had a second project, the fiber optics. So I was saying the fiber optics, which links Algeria, Niger, Nigeria, Chad, and Mauritania. A third major project that we are focusing on for this decade is the railway lines linking Algeria, all sections of Algeria, which will be completed by 2028. This is a national vision to ensure that we link all the countries of the Sahel with the railway lines. So we believe that Agenda 2063 is a good example to share with the world. It's a good example of good governance and women's empowerment. During the last elections for the first chamber of the parliament, we had for the first time a woman elected as the head. Algeria now has more than 120 members of parliament who are young people. One of the challenges in Africa is that of food security. Reports show that Algeria has become one of the countries which is stable as far as food security is concerned. Algeria is one of the countries that has been able to implement a resilient food security system. Algeria's experience can be shared with others in the sub-region. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause, please. Yes. The next is Excellency Safia Emi Jibril, Mrs. from Djibouti.
Honorable President de la
Honorable Chair of our conference, ladies and gentlemen, speakers of national assemblies, dear colleagues from PAP, let me begin by commending you for this conference that has been organized. It's an important platform for parliamentarians as we work to implement Agenda 2063, our common roadmap for a prosperous, integrated, peaceful, and resilient Africa. Agenda 2063 is not just a strategic document, it's also a political pact that Africa has agreed and has signed. It is to build a continent based on peace, good governance, regional integration, innovation, economic transformation, and sustainable development. In Djibouti, my country, this vision is fully implemented in our national development policy. Our country is carrying out investigations in our logistics. We have 7 ports that we are developing to modernize, to cover the largest port area in the Eastern African region. Djibouti has also a large road network and railway system, which serves 80% of the exports towards Ethiopia, which is a neighboring country which is landlocked. As to digital connectivity, Djibouti is one of the first countries to have adopted a digital code. As far as renewable energy, my country has identified this as a priority. Education and development of human capital is also one of our priorities for implementing or reaching the objectives of Agenda 2063. Our National Assembly has been supporting this dynamic action in our country through adopting legislative reforms, ratifying legal instruments of the African Union, monitoring government action, and assessing public policies. Our parliament contributes towards the implementation of Agenda 2063 in this regard. However, we still have numerous challenges. We need finance for development. We need to address climate change consequences and the inequality that we're seeing, as well as security crises which continue to affect many regions on our continent.
Face à ces enjeux,
given these challenges, the African parliaments have a great responsibility to bear. We need to make our public policies accountable in nature. We need to have increased participation of our citizens, particularly youth and especially youth and women, in the development processes. We need to share our national experiences, and it will help all of us to find appropriate solutions, to disseminate best practices, and to reach parliamentary cooperation, interparliamentary cooperation, so as to implement Agenda 2063. We would need to have ongoing consultation between national and regional parliaments so as to ensure that parliaments have oversight of implementation of Agenda 2063 and to ensure strengthening of our institutions. Ladies and gentlemen, Agenda 2063, the Africa we want cannot be built tomorrow. We need to focus on our own activities and laws of today to contribute to the future. We cannot measure Agenda 2063 success through programs and policies, but rather to the development of our communities, our populations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Djibouti. The next speaker is Excellency Mabuza from Eswatini. The kingdom, sorry, I must mention the kingdom of Eswatini. Otherwise, Inkosi is on culture.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Honorable President of the Conference, distinguished members of Parliament, distinguished guests. I bring you warm greetings from the Kingdom of Eswatini. It is a great honor to join you at this important gathering of parliamentary leaders. As parliaments, our role is to give democratic legitimacy to Africa's development agenda. Executive decisions and continental agreements must be supported by laws, budgets, oversight, and citizen participation. In simple terms, Agenda 2063 must not remain a document discussed only in continental meetings. It must be reflected in our national budget, development plans, committee work, and in the lives of our people. In Eswatini, our National Development Plan 2023-2024 to 2027-2028 is aligned with Agenda 2063, as well as regional and global commitments. Like many African countries, we continue to face fiscal pressures, external economic shocks, climate challenges, and youth unemployment. These realities remind us that implementation must be practical, focused, and measurable. One of the most important opportunities before us is the African Continental Free Trade Area. It has the potential to transform Africa's economies, expand markets, and create real opportunities for our people. But its success will depend greatly on the work of national and regional parliaments. Through stronger collaboration between national parliaments and the Pan-African Parliament, we can create a more aligned legislative environment that turns AfCFTA into everyday prosperity for African citizens. Allow me to highlight 3 areas where Eswatini continues to make progress in line with Agenda 2063. First, on health, Eswatini continues to strengthen primary health care, expand access in rural areas, and build resilience against epidemic threats. A healthy population remains the foundation for human development and national productivity. Second, on the climate action, Eswatini has placed environmental sustainability at the center of national policy. Through adaptation efforts, green energy investment, and sustainable land and water management, we are working to ensure that development does not come at the expense of our environment. Third, on youth empowerment, Eswatini continues to invest in interventions such as the Youth Enterprise Revolving Fund and vocational skills development. Our young people must not be seen only as job seekers. They are innovators, entrepreneurs, producers, and leaders. If we connect education and skills to enterprise, industrialization, agriculture, digital innovation, and regional markets, we can turn youth unemployment into youth opportunities. We must therefore deepen cooperation by sharing model laws and best practices, strengthening joint oversight of continental commitment, and ensuring that integration benefits all Africans, including women, youth, smallholders, and small businesses. Eswatini also welcomes the launch of the Pan-African Parliament's model laws, which are among the important objectives of this conference. These instruments can support national parliaments in harmonizing legislation while respecting each country's constitutional framework. In closing, let me reaffirm Eswatini's strong support for the Pan-African Parliament and our collective commitment to Agenda 2063. Parliamentary diplomacy must help us move from aspiration to action, from commitments to implementation, and from continental vision to tangible progress for our people. The destiny of Africa is in our hands. Let us use our parliaments to build unity, resilience, prosperity, and dignity for all Africans. I thank you for your kind attention. May God bless the African continent.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. From the Kingdom Eswatini. The next speaker is His Excellency Speaker Kero Rapese, I beg your pardon, from Botswana. Botswana. They are not in the house. All right, we proceed. We've done very well for time. I was the first to register to speak on this topic, but fate has that had to be chosen to be the president of the conference. So the first becomes the last. I will not read my statement, but I'll speak to it. Zimbabwe has been guided by the 7 pillars of Agenda 2063. On aspiration number 1, on inclusive growth and sustainable development, Zimbabwe has adopted the philosophy through our president of leaving no one, no place behind. And as such, to respond to Agenda 23 in advocating for agriculture production and productivity, Zimbabwe has now constructed 10,600 dams. And the presidential approach to dam construction is that a dam must be an economy, that is, provide for irrigation, provide water for drinking, generate electricity, start agriculture, and, where possible, tourism facilities on that one dam. On the issue of inclusive growth, government has come up with a program called Basic Education Assistance Model for poor learners. At the moment, we have 1,000,056 learners who are being assisted by the state from primary education right up to secondary education. On aspiration number 2, integrated continent, political, united, and anchored in Pan-Africanism, through the chairmanship of our president of SADC and the joint chairmanship with the COMESA chairman, we report that it was at this joint meeting of these two organizations that the question of the DRC was agreed to be resolved through diplomacy rather than military conflict. On aspiration 3, in Africa of good governance, democracy, and respect for human rights, our government has adopted what the president has called whole of government performance management systems and the government's performance contracting system to constitute accountability in the implementation of our national development programs as we look forward to realizing aspiration number 3 of Agenda 2023. On aspiration number 5, in Africa with a strong cultural identity, Zimbabwe offered itself to be the home of the Museum of African Liberation Struggle. We have received so far artifacts from liberation movements in Africa that fought for the liberation of Africa. It's a very elegant structure. It should be completed in the next 3 years. And each time we have received heads of states and government, they've visited that museum. It's quite instructive. Under aspiration 6, in Africa, whose development is people-driven, relying on the potential of its women and youth, may I report that the government of Zimbabwe has established a women's bank as well as a youth bank to assist women and youth startups as they strive to be entrepreneurs. In the same spirit, we have established 35,000 village business units throughout the country in order to uplift the economic status of the rural citizens. To date, 2,500 village business units across the country have been established. The figure of 35,000 is hoped to be achieved by 2030. On aspiration number 7, which is the last, Africa is a strong, united, resilient, and influential global player and partner. We are happy to report that it fell on Zimbabwe through our president to assume the chairmanship of the Southern African Development Community from August 2024 to August 2025. And in the same vein, we're happy that I think all African countries supported the candidature of Zimbabwe to be in the United Security Council as a non-permanent member. We are grateful to Africa for that total support. Out of 190 votes, Zimbabwe was able to get 182 votes, just 8 short of the possible vote. We believe that through this non-payment membership of Zimbabwe, Zimbabwe will advance the diplomacy and the Pan-Africanism tenets as it represents Africa in the United Nations Security Council. It is hoped that through our national development strategies, beginning with strategy number 1, now we are on strategy number 2, 2026 to 2030, we should be able to achieve most of the development aspirations that are contained in Agenda 2063. I so submit, honorable members, honorable speakers. Well, as the last born, I thought I was going to get a better round of applause. In African context, the last born is the king. May we now proceed to item on session 2, harnessing parliamentary diplomacy in addressing Africa's developmental challenges. This theme, honorable members, invites the Conference of Speakers to reflect on the growing role of parliamentary diplomacy in responding to the complex challenges facing Africa today. It will provide a platform for sharing experiences and identifying practical solutions to issues such as armed conflicts, climate change, terrorism, unconstitutional changes of government, migration, youth unemployment, digital transformation, and artificial intelligence, public health, food security, and development financing. The discussions will encourage stronger cooperation among African parliaments, greater policy coordination, and collective action. Ultimately, the conference aims to reinforce the contribution of parliaments to the building of a peaceful, resilient, and prosperous Africa. The first presenter on this one is the Honorable Sakata Gari, Chairperson of PAP Committee on Transport. Please take the floor.
Excellence, Your Excellency, Honorable Presidents of National and Regional Parliaments, Honorable Parliamentarians, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. This sitting or this session continues our collective reflection on the increasing role of parliamentary diplomacy in the realization of the African vision of an integrated Africa which is peaceful and prosperous and based on people as announced on in Agenda 2063. Africa, as you all know, is found at a decisive crossroad of its history. If important progress has been accomplished in terms of democratic governance, regional integration, and economic transformation, the continent is still faced with complex challenges. Armed conflicts, terrorism and violent extremism, xenophobia, anti-constitutional changes of governments, youth unemployment, food insecurity and energy insecurity, climatic change, migration, urgency of public health, and persistent challenges of the funding of development continue to actually threaten the resilience of our populations, of our institutions, and the population. These challenges mutually strengthen themselves. Insecurity compromises investment, weaken institutions, and distorts means of subsistence, and also distorts achievements of investment. On the other hand, poverty, inequalities, unemployment, and social exclusion, especially within youth, actually create a fertile ground for instability, violent extremism, and conflicts. To overcome these interdependent challenges require coordinated responses which are inclusive and turn towards the future by putting peace, democratic governance, and sustainable development at the center of public policies. In this context, parliamentary diplomacy has become an instrument which is becoming more and more important to foster and promote dialogue, prevent conflicts, encourage mutual comprehension, mutual understanding, and strengthening comprehension between African countries. In addition to executive diplomacy, the parliamentary commitment offers possibilities of strengthening trust, confidence, mediation, legislative cooperation, and exchange of experience, thereby contributing to a sustainable peace and a sustainable development. So it's important to point out that parliaments no longer limit to their traditional functions of voting laws, oversight, and representation within their national borders. They've become strategic stakeholders of continental and regional governance thanks to the interparliamentary dialogue, the harmonization of laws, to parliamentary networks, and a sustained cooperation with regional and continental institutions. They contribute to the implementation of the objectives of the African Union, the promotion of democratic governance, the support of peace processes, and the advancement of the agenda of the African Integration Agenda 2063 reminds us that Africa that we want is based on peace, good governance, democratic values, respect of constitutional order, inclusive growth, and sustainable development. The achievement of this requires strong parliamentary interventions which are able to adopt laws adapted in order to guarantee the accountability of the executive, mobilize the support of citizens in favor of continental priorities and favor cross-border cooperation. You, presidents of African parliaments, to this effect, have a role of leadership, which is very important. By parliamentary diplomacy, you can promote or foster political dialogue, encourage peaceful settlement of problems, defend constitutional governance, strengthen the control of public policies, and support legislative convergence and support the collective response of Africa faced to challenges. It's in this light that this session offers to participants the opportunity to exchange their ideas and to adopt practical solutions in the following parliamentary approaches. 1, armed conflicts and prevention of conflicts. 2, terrorism and violent extremism. 3, anti-constitutional changes of governments and promotion of democratic governments. 4, youth unemployment and possibility of an inclusive economic growth. 5th, energy and food security. 6, the sustainable funding of African development. 7, challenges linked to climate change, migration, digital transformation, AI, and public health. The conference of today is equally going to benefit from the precious contributions of speakers, notably our brother Donald Kaberuka, former president of the African Development Bank. The presentations are going to be followed by an interactive debate in chambers, thereby offering presidents of parliaments the opportunity to share their regional and national experience, to identify common priorities and formulate recommendations aiming at strengthening parliamentary cooperation within the continent. To conclude, this session aims to reassert the fact that parliamentary diplomacy is not only a complement to the traditional diplomacy, it constitutes an important pillar of the architecture of the governance of Africa. So by constructing consensus, by strengthening accountability, by promoting the collective action, African Parliament can provide a definite solution to issues related to Agenda 2063 and also the promotion of a Pacific, resilient, democratic and prosperous Africa for the benefit for the present and future generations. The presidents of African parliamentarians should facilitate and provide efficient support to the parliamentarians of their respective members who are members of the Pan-African Parliament in order to enable this parliament to host its sittings within the required quorum. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, facilitator. The next is no other than our distinguished Dr. Donald Kaberuka, African Union High Representative on financing the Union and the Peace Fund as a former president of the African Development Bank, AFDB. Dr. Kaberuka, please take the floor. A round of applause, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. President, distinguished speakers, good afternoon and thank you for inviting me. Now, I want to focus this discussion in the specific areas of my knowledge and experience, and which I hope can be helpful to you in this conversation. I want to focus on how do we finance all this big ambition in our countries and at the continental level. And then I want to focus on how the African Union itself finances itself, because it's something I've been working on for the last 10 years. And very finally, what is the role of parliaments? So let me begin with a couple of stylistic points. Number one, at the moment, the financing challenge in Africa and its development can be described as what someone calls a quadrilemma, a dilemma of 4 elements. Element number one is that because of the multiple crises over the last decade, coming one after the other, COVID-19, war in Europe, war in the Middle East, recent crisis, and so on, we have had our fiscal space reduced, ability of our countries to raise revenues to meet those crises and the structural issues is diminished. So to give you an idea, in many of the countries in Africa, we're still raising about 14% of revenue to national income. The target should be much higher than that. So the successive crises have reduced our ability to raise money locally. The second part of the quadrilemma is that it has come at a time when our demography is increasing very rapidly. Fertility rates in many African countries is above 4% still. In many countries, especially the poorer ones, we're still at 6%. In countries in North Africa, here in SADC, a few countries, it has come down to below 3%, but in many countries are still above 4 or 5%. So reducing resources at a time when our demography is increasing. And that demography, the dynamic, is unlikely to change before 2070. The third part of the quadrilemma is that it has come at a time when international solidarity, what many of us would call aid, has declined for the first time in 60 years. And that decline is not a temporary feature because of this or that government. It is a structural, it's permanent. It's unlikely to be reversed. And the fourth part of the quadrilemma is a debt issue, which I'll come to. So, successive crises, demography, declining aid, and then the debt issues. But it comes on top of the classic structural changes we know. The first is our fragmentation. Now, by fragmentation, in front of parliamentarians like you, I don't have to bother this, but the difference between China, India, and Africa is straightforward. China is 30% of Africa's size, but is 1.4 billion people. India is 10% of Africa's size, but is 1.4 billion people. We are 54 countries with about the same population. So 1.4 billion roughly for India, Africa, and China. In one case, one country, 30% of Africa. Another case, 10% of Africa, but one country. So that is fragmentation. You know this more than I, the history, and what you have been trying to do about it. Now, the second is what the colleague was mentioning just now, persistent large pockets of instability, which come and go, but now which are complicated by the geopolitics. And the third structural issue we know very well is the limited global agency of our continent at a time when the world needs our voice. The limited agency, our limited ability to influence things globally. Now, in structural terms, I've just mentioned demography. I hear when I go to international conferences, often we celebrate how 1 out of every 4 people in 1950 will be an African. Yes, that is true. The numbers will go up. They'll be younger, they're more urbanized, they'll be highly digital. So that is a fact. Now, I really have to make it very clear here, something I've said in another conference. When I hear this issue about demography and our demographic dividend, I have 2 interpretations. One, yes, it is a dividend if we invest now. But as I've just mentioned, it is precisely at this moment when the resource base is shrinking. Now, the problem with the demographic dividend, the window tends to be very narrow. People think it is permanent. It is not. Latin America missed the dividend because of instability, hyperinflation in Latin America. Asia got it. So there's no guarantee that here in Africa the dividend is automatic. No, it is not. We have to invest, but we have to invest now in human capital, health and education, and stability. But precisely that is the point I'm making in the quadrilemma. Now, on the digital, which is a second structural feature we're facing, it is both an opportunity for leapfrogging, especially with artificial intelligence, but it's also a potential for another problem for Africa if we don't control data. So in the future, with AI, wealth will not be oil or minerals or things we're used to. It will be who controls the data. So you will not be surprised that at the moment, in part of the transaction issues around aid, it is access to data. So there is opportunity in the digital for leapfrogging, but also the challenge that if we don't control data, that a new gap will emerge. And then I don't have to say to you in a distinguished group like this, the significance of planetary limitations. It could be climate change, warming of the seas, so on. You know this very well, as well as the geopolitics. So let me take this one by one. I've just mentioned that I really don't believe that this aid decline is temporary. I hear sometimes in many meetings people thinking about, well, it's temporary because of this or that administration. No, it is permanent. In any case, aid was not meant to be permanent. It was to be temporary. I'll give you an example of a country I like to refer to often. I know we like to refer to countries like China, the big ones, but my favorite, honestly, is a small country the size of many countries in Africa, 100 million people like Ethiopia. That is Vietnam. Vietnam was the biggest recipient of aid. In 1994, many of us were in function. I was in the government. The GDP of Vietnam was $15 billion. $15 billion. GDP per capita was about $220, like many African countries here. Today, the GDP of Vietnam is $520 billion in a generation, from 15 to $520 billion. And the GDP per capita is about $5,000 per person. If you adjust for power purchasing parity, it's about $3,000. Now, why am I saying this? So this country was the recipient of aid in 1994, one of the biggest recipients of aid from the World Bank. Now, Vietnam has graduated from aid. It is actually contributing to AIDA. And so I make this point to tell you that aid was never meant to be permanent. It was supposed to exit at some point. It has come faster than we thought. And so the preparation for the day when that aid is coming is the problem. And so I want to say to my friends, the speakers here, let us not decry the end of aid. It is more that we should have been prepared earlier for the date when that happens. And in any case, the transition for countries is not simply about the quantum of resources, how much money you have. It is about resources for sure. It's also about the policies, and it's about execution. You could have lots of money, poor policies, poor execution. That will not get you there. You need a combination of resources, policies, and execution. And there's a lot of room there for choice, the kind of choices you make in Parliament. But before that, though, I would like to deal with two small myths, which I hear quite often. But Mr. President, I want to be careful what I say here because I could be misunderstood. And I want to show that I'm helpful to you rather than unhelpful. Myth number one is that Africa is too dependent on aid. I want to be careful what I say here. That Africa as a whole has been over-dependent on aid, and therefore the end of the aid era is a huge problem for us. Now, I want to be very categorical here. For many middle-income countries in this room, the dependence on aid is less than 2% of GDP. The like of Egypt, South Africa, Morocco, and many others, less than 2% of GDP. Yes, it is true that for some of the low-income countries and fragile states, the dependence could be up to 20, 30%. So the picture varies from country to country, country to country. But the idea that Africa as a whole is chronically dependent on aid is a bit outdated. And I can give you a number. If you take a particular year, I've just picked 2024, but it could be any time in the last 3 years. If you look at the total application to development, our domestic taxation would be about $500 billion. $500 billion. Foreign direct investment would be about $100 billion. Remittances would be about $90 billion. And foreign aid would be only $73 billion. So in the total application of resources, aid actually comes at the bottom. However, as I say, it varies from country to country. Or rather, to stylize it, for every dollar of aid, Africa was generating $6 itself from other sources. However, there are some countries where this ratio is different, fragile states, low-income countries, and these numbers could change. Mr. President, I'm mentioning this to show that there are things we can do ourselves. There are things we can do. And here I want to salute many governments at the moment, in many parliaments, who are saying, look, okay, rich countries have found new priorities, defense, energy security. They are addressing their domestic constituencies. Attention to international solidarity is declining. But there are things we are able to do, we can do, we as Africans. If our parliaments, our executives work together, we can mobilize more effectively our domestic resources. taxation, local capital markets. We can improve public financial management. We can make room for foreign direct investments. And more important, you will have seen this number. The domestic savings in Africa today are in the neighborhood of $4 trillion, $4 trillion, in institutional investors, insurance companies, sovereign wealth funds, and so on. Now, it's a complicated area. Can it be mobilized so easily? Not so easily, but it can. Is it everywhere? No, it is concentrated in a few countries, but it can be mobilized. So there is work to be done there. The second little myth I want to share with you, and again, there should be extremely careful, is that Africa is over-indebted. Now, it is true that in a number of African countries, there is a serious debt distress. Some have reached agreements with creditors, and others have challenges reaching agreement with creditors. This is because of the shifting composition of debt. As you know, if you take many countries in Africa now who have this issue, the private bondholders, private markets will be about 42%. Multilateral organizations like the World Bank will be about 37%. And the bilateral institutions will be about 21%. Of which, by the way, contrary to what you will have heard, China holds less than 10% of our debt. You hear it very often that somehow we're over-indebted to China. It is not true. Yeah, it is. There are 2 or 3 countries where it's about 20%, but on average we are below 10%. But this is structure of the debt. And so here's the problem, number one, for the debt. When it comes to countries who depend a lot on multilateral institutions like the World Bank, like the African Bank, and many others, even if the debt to GDP ratio is low, that kind of debt cannot be restructured. So in many low-income countries now, for example, 80% of the debt would be from multilateral institution. It is concessional, but cannot be restructured. And because of COVID in recent years, many of our countries borrowed more from the International Monetary Fund, and you have to pay. You can't restructure that. Now, for those who depend on the private markets, as I've just said, often restructuring negotiations can be very difficult because they don't have the same approaches. Now, however, there is an issue. And this issue is that even those with low ratios of debt, it is beginning to crowd out human investments. We are spending more on debt service than on education and health at a time when we should be spending on health and education for the reasons of the demographic dividend. So for that reason, there is a problem. It's not a problem of number, it is a problem of the structure. Now comes also another issue, which I think you have heard in recent days. It is that Africa's real debt issue is not that there is excessive borrowing, it is expensive borrowing. The cost of borrowing is too high. The cost of borrowing is too high because we're seen as a risky continent. We have what is known in this jargon as an address problem. It's an African borrower. So the rating agencies, the private bondholders, they rely on the assumption that Africa is very risky. Are we more risky than Latin America? Are we more risky than Eastern Europe? I'm not sure. But there's that perception. And that costs us a lot more money in terms of borrowing. So it's not excessive borrowing. It is the prohibitive cost of borrowing. Now, come with that, you have 3 more problems. The first one is what I call the foreign exchange mismatches. We borrow in dollars, but we raise money in CDs, in shillings, in nairas to repay. So there's mismatch in foreign exchange. So that is a problem. Or sometimes you hear people tell you, but Japan has a debt to GDP of 130%. Yes, it does, but it is yen to yen, and it is domestic borrowing. So we have a mismatch of currency, FX. The second mismatch is what I call the asset liability mismatch. If you're borrowing for education, if you're borrowing for health, to build a railway, it can't be a 10-year loan what you need. You need a 30-year loan, like Argentina was doing for many years, like many other countries. So we have FX mismatch, asset liability mismatch. You borrow for 10 years, but your investment begin to give results in 30 years. And then, so apart from this short maturity issue, and the fact that debt service is siphoning away money from health and education, there is also an emerging problem which I want to share with you. And that is the fact for many countries to try to deal with these mismatches, they resort a lot to domestic borrowing, which is a very good idea because you develop your domestic capital markets. But if you do that excessively, then you have a phenomenon which experts call crowding out. The more you borrow, higher interests, so you crowd out private businesses who create jobs. So domestic borrowing is okay, but here is a problem, and it is beginning to emerge. Now, but the numbers sometimes can look frightening. For example, this year alone, our African countries will have to pay out about $90 billion in debt, $90 billion. Egypt alone will have to repay about $27 billion. Now, the total stock now of debt, at its numbers I've seen of late, is about $1 trillion. Now, in absolute numbers, this is big, but it's not frightening. The US, for information, right now is sitting on a stock of debt of $35 trillion. $35 trillion, but it is the US. It's like Japan and others. Okay. So the stock is big, the ratios are problematic, but these mismatches I've just mentioned, and the fact that it is siphoning off money we need for education and health is a problem, and we have to deal with it. So, how much time I have, Mr. President? I need to make sure in Parliament you have to check how much time you have.
How much time did you want?
How much time do I want?
Yes.
I could be done in 5 minutes, if that is helpful.
That's helpful.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, which then brings me to, so we have ODA, you have demography, you have the digital problem, you have this debt issue. So what is the way forward? I want to put it to you that we are not as desperate as we think. There are things we can do, but it requires that we work together. The first thing I think we can do working together is around creating agency. Agency around our resources, better collection of revenues, value for money, better public finance management, de-risking foreign direct investment, and using whatever remains of international solidarity more selectively. I was working recently on 6 African countries to figure out how they'll cope with decline in aid, and I had about 6 countries. One thing really surprised me, that even countries which are not very dependent on aid, I saw this for the Ivory Coast, I saw this for Senegal, for Ghana, I think for Tanzania, a country called another one, is that even when dependence on aid is very low, some sectors of our economy were extremely dependent on aid, health in particular. Because at the turn of the century, there are many initiatives on HIV/AIDS, malaria, tuberculosis, creation of institutions like Gavi, Global Fund, PEPFAR. So these vertical programs, which are extremely helpful in dealing with infectious diseases, meant that our health sectors were extremely dependent on foreign aid. Now, there we need to adjust. But we need to adjust very carefully, very carefully. So in my country, right now, for example, life expectancy has gone up to 70 years. Huge success, huge success. In many African countries, above 60. And so as we reduce the burden of disease and improve on life expectancy, a new problem has emerged, which is diseases of long life and lifestyle. In many African countries, if you look at these hospitals, about 45% of fatalities are due to these diseases, not infectious diseases. And so we have now to dealing with infectious diseases at a time when resources are declined, at the same time dealing with these emerging diseases, which are a result of success and longer life expectancy. So which puts extremely important point for ministers of health and finance to work carefully together on how you strike the balance. It's not an easy one, but at a time when there's decline in foreign aid, it has to be done. Choice of expenditure and investments. We need to work together to develop our private capital markets. It can be done. And I salute here my successor, the African Development Bank, Mr. Sidi from Mauritania. He's a new initiative he's putting in place to mobilize all Africa's financing institutions, Africa Development Bank, Afrexim Bank, Finance Corporation, all the regional banks to come together in one ecosystem to mobilize Africa's own domestic savings. We can work together on capital flight. So let me give you an example of a capital flight. As we try to attract investments, before going to the African Bank, I was finance minister of my country. And one thing really struck me, as we try to attract investment, we compete with each other who will give better incentives to investors. So it becomes a race to the bottom. So the mining company will come, or some other companies. Look, I need this tax holiday, I need this and that. If you don't, your neighbor is prepared to give it to me. So all of us end up in that race. Who gives more? There's no evidence, empirical evidence, that those things do work, except there's evidence that they weaken our tax base. This is not something any country can handle alone. We have to work on it together. Yes, give incentives for investors, but avoid encouraging a capital flight. We can work together on critical minerals. I did mention that aid is declining, but even where it is remaining, it has become extremely selective and transactional. It seems to focus on give me access to data, give me access to critical minerals. In this one, I think African parliaments have a role, because no country can handle this alone. I think we have to look at the legislation, to look at policy approaches, but it's something which I think you have a role and a mission. So let me try to conclude, because I said 5 minutes. I want to make sure I respect. So yes, we have a problem. The world there is getting more complicated, but there are things we can do. I've just given an example of a poor country, Vietnam, which has done it in 30 years. How do they do it? Three things, my friends. Number one, stability. There's nothing you can do in the context of instability. So stability is something which is the basis. Stability in the politics, stability in the economics, okay? Which gives people visibility. Now the second is predictability of policies. In some of our countries, now I should be careful what I say to parliamentarians. At every election, we have to change policy. We need to have policies where we can agree. These are policies for the nation, not the policies for a party, not the policies for this government. They are policies for the nation, long term, like the ones I've just mentioned about human capital development, health and education. It can't be a political issue. We have to invest in our young people, so we do that for the long term. Now, the other thing the Vietnamese have done, which I really want to encourage you, is about focusing on the quality of education outcomes, not on education inputs. Because often, as you parliamentarians meet, you wonder how many kids have gone to school is very good, how many schools have been built is very good, how many teachers is very good, how many people have graduated is very good. But those are inputs and outputs. We need now to talk about outcomes, the quality of education. So there's an article which appeared in one of leading global newspapers on Vietnam, which said that the quality of Vietnamese schools was even better than England and Canada. And so, combination of stability, good outcomes in education, and especially because of where they are located, they're able to attract investment from places like Singapore, Taiwan, China, Japan, to manufacture in Vietnam. So if you're having with you now a Samsung phone, the chances are 70% it is made in Vietnam. Because they were able to convince Samsung to relocate their production to Vietnam, and many others, countries around. Why? Because the countries around Vietnam, demographically, they are aging. Some of them, fertility rates is as low as 0.61%, others even negative replacement rates. And so, by attracting capital from these aging geographies around into this young dynamic country, they're able to increase opportunities for their people. It is something we have to think about as Africa, especially in our relationship with Europe, which is also facing an aging population. So they have excess savings, earning low yields. Can we work together with our European neighbors? What Vietnam has done with its Asian neighbors, it is feasible, but you take a bit of work. So let me end, my friends, by talking a bit about the AU and its finances. I've worked on the matters of financing the African Union over the last 10 years, and I want to say the following things to you, with all the kind at my command. Number one, here in Johannesburg, there was a summit of the African Union in 2015, and leaders took a decision that we should fund 100% of our operational budgets, 3/4 of all our programs, and 25% of our peace and security operations. That is 10 years ago. I would like to tell you now that that dependency has not only not diminished, it has increased even more. To the extent that this year, all the programs of the African Union, are funded 90% by donors. 90% by donors. Yes, it is true, there is a budget to pay staff, buy goods and services, a small budget about $20 million, which is paid from our pockets, but the entire budget of the union is $800 million. It's not $20 million. So we pay staff, travel, goods and services, $20 million. We transfer a bit of money to the Pan-African Parliament, to NEPAD, Africa CDC, CFTA, maybe another $50 million. So $160 million runs the commission, $50 million transfers to organizations. That is all. The programs are funded largely by donors. As for peace and security, I don't have to tell you what you know. The only good news is that we have set up a peace fund at the African Union, a decision taken again about 9 years ago. Peace fund is modest, $400 million, it is there. The money is being invested, attracting income, which can be used for some of the prevention activities. However, as you'll see recently on Somalia, where the AU has deployed a mission, AUSM, so a decision was taken recently that the UN and other big countries will not support that mission. So the summit in Kampala, I think today or yesterday, to figure out how do we fund that mission in Somalia, the only mission which AU has ever deployed. It has no money now. Now, I also want to say that there's no shortage of ideas of how we can fund our union sustainably, predictably. President Obasanjo, 2013, chaired a commission, a high-level panel, which put forward a whole range of proposals, about 10 of them. I myself did the same about 7 years ago. None of them have been implemented. Not because they're not technically valid, it's because there is no political push behind it. So I hope that you can work on this, because the lack of independence of organization, financial independence, has the following risk: strategic loss, you will not be in control, there will be loss of ownership, and on matters of peace and security, even loss of control. So I hope that at the next summit, which will be, I believe, in February, we can come to closure on this issue of how we fund the union, because we can. So I want to end, Chair, by thanking you for inviting me. I know there's a tendency nowadays of saying that all the problems we face is because of the global geopolitics. Yes, it is a complication. It's a complication, but we should be realistic. we should separate noise from signals. There were pre-existing problems even before all these global issues. Global issues are a complicating factor, but they are not a causal factor. They complicate our ability to resolve the issues, but they don't cause the problem. That we have to address ourselves. We have to accept there are some short-term challenges which we can reverse, but there are longer-term challenges which are irreversible. And so I want to wish you very well. I'm happy to answer any questions you have. But I want to leave a message of hope that the world outside is a bit challenging. We have these structural issues like demography, digital, planetary limitations, but we have scope of things we can do ourselves. This is why I gave you an example of a small country like Vietnam. Think that in one generation, 30 years, you could go from $15 billion of GDP to $550 billion of GDP. You can increase your per capita from $20 to $5,000. How many of you in this room know that China in 1980 had a GDP lower than many African countries today? 1980. Many of us were alive. I was doing my master's degree. So I can't say I didn't see it. They had a GDP per capita of $200. Now, China is where it is. So I want to wish you well for what you do and to tell you that there is a lot we can do ourselves. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Doc. A message of pessimism. At the same time, there is a message of hope. What a cocktail. Now, honorable speakers, you requested to speak. I don't know whether in your speeches you'll be raising rhetorical questions so that the two experts can answer. I leave it up to you. The first excellency to take the floor is Kenya. Honorable Amason King, Kenya.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my name is Dr. Danson Mungatana, Senator from Kenya, head of the delegation to Pan-African Parliament and representing our speaker who has had to leave, although he was here in the morning. Mr. Speaker, I'm taking the floor again briefly on the question of parliamentary democracy and our experiences and what it has achieved for us as a nation. Mr. Speaker, as you know, parliamentary diplomacy is the engagement of elected representatives across national borders with the purpose and aim of bringing or promoting peace, democracy, regional integration, and mutual understanding. Mr. Speaker, in the part of Kenya, we have hosted a lot of members of parliament from within Africa and abroad who have come either to sit with us on committees or to just observe how we do our business in the plenary and other places. We have also visited many other places to also engage in the same learning experience so that we can promote that understanding across the borders. But aside from that, Mr. Speaker, we have had a very exceptional experience in terms of creating friendships with other neighbors within Africa, in particular our region in East Africa, through the East African Parliamentary Games. Mr. Speaker, a lot of friendships have been formed because every year for the last several years, about now 10 years, the speakers of these countries from East Africa have held these games so that they can integrate members of parliament at a level that makes people create friendship and deeper understanding. And these games are held every end of the year in different countries in rotation. Mr. Speaker, apart from that, we host the National Prayer Breakfast, in which many countries come into our nation and friendships are created and very strong bonds have been created through these parliamentary diplomacy. Then what does it achieve? Kenya has been involved in many peace and mediation missions across our neighbors who have had various challenges, particularly security challenges. These same missions, even where the head of state or ministers are involved, many of these parliamentarians who have formed diplomatic relations or friendships, some of them even informal and very strong bonds, have been accompanying. Like in our country, we accompany. If you know you have good friends on the other side, countries involved in conflict, we accompany the head of state. We accompany our Minister for Foreign Affairs. And every time it has been able to yield some results that is above or below the formal interaction that is at the level of head of state or at the level of the minister. Mr. Speaker.
Can I remind colleagues that we stick to 3 minutes?
Yes.
Yeah, please wind up. Please wind up.
Just about to conclude, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, this diplomacy has also created very many opportunities for us in our countries in terms of investments and in terms of removing the bottlenecks that we know as non-tariff barriers. Mr. Speaker, many of our colleagues who call us on this other side or on the other side to sort out issues, to create policies that inform our governments, has been because of the interactions that we have formed over the years with our borders and our friends. So, Mr. Speaker, Kenya underlines and is committed to supporting this parliamentary diplomacy and continues to participate in all legislatures within the region and outside, even within the continent. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Your Excellencies, the topic is harnessing parliamentary diplomacy in addressing Africa's developmental challenges. If your contribution is not answering to the topic, you may honorably decline not to speak, especially in the light of the 2 presentations that have taken place already. The next speaker is Excellency Habib, Mauritania.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، والصلاة والسلام على نبينا الكريم. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، السادة والسيدات.
President, distinguished parliamentarians, may peace be upon you. I have the honor of transmitting to you the warm greetings of the President of the National Assembly of Mauritania and his best wishes for you for the good success of this meeting. And I equally have the honor to take the floor before you and to seize this opportunity in this African conference which actually reflects our common will to strengthen relations between parliaments and the population of our continent. Honorable MPs, distinguished colleagues, dear brothers and sisters, parliamentary diplomacy has now changed its meaning and has now become very, very important to set up relations between countries while actually encouraging mechanism of exchange of experience and mediation and integration, mutual respect, and strengthening of trust, confidence between African people and the efforts to concretize peace, development, and stability in our continent. The strengthening of relations between regional parliaments, it's actually a symbol of an important sector for the support of organs of the African Union and regional communities. And it is very helpful when it comes to the unity of the vision on the common problems which faces the future and the present of our African continent. Dear colleagues, peace, stability, and the fight against terrorism and climate change, food security, and the capacity building of women and youth is very important. And in the same light, we reassert our commitment in the National Assembly of Mauritania to support all mechanisms which facilitate relations of parliamentary diplomacy. We do believe that the future of Africa can only be ensured by complementarity and teamwork. And to conclude, we thank the Republic of South Africa, its people and governments for their hosting of the Pan-African Parliament, and we equally hail the Pan-African Parliament and its president for the invitation and organization of this conference. Thank you very much. May peace be upon you.
Much, Mauritania. Next to take the floor is Excellency Sulo, Tanzania.
Thank you so much, our President. Once again, thank you for giving me the chance to discuss the topic before us. At a time when Africa faces interconnected political, economic, social, and environmental challenges, parliamentary diplomacy has become an essential tool for promoting peace, regional integration, and sustainable development. Beyond their legislative, representative, and oversight roles, parliaments increasingly shape foreign policy, strengthen interparliamentary cooperation, and advance the aspiration of Agenda 2063 and the Sustainable Development Goals. Dear President, as Africa confronts armed conflicts, terrorism, climate change, food insecurity, migration, youth unemployment, public health threats, and the rapid advancement of digital technologies and artificial intelligence, stronger parliamentary cooperation is essential. Parliamentary diplomacy, therefore, provides a strategic platform for collective African action, fostering coordinated policies and the people-centered solutions to build a peaceful, resilient, and prosperous continent. Dear Mr. President, let me share how Tanzania Parliament has harnessing parliamentary diplomacy in addressing development challenges. One is done through strengthened regional and continental parliamentary cooperation. That is, Tanzania Parliament participates in the Pan-African Parliament, in the SADC Parliamentary Forum, IPU, CPA, and Tanzania being a member of East African Legislative Assembly, it participates in harmonizing the law, supporting regional trade, customs integration, and infrastructure development. Dear Mr. President, secondly, is Parliament has promoted peace, security, and the constitutional governance. That is through the oversight of government efforts aimed at maintaining peace, national unity, and the constitutional order. Number three, enactment of legislation supporting digital transformation and innovation. Number four, the Parliament supports climate action and environmental sustainability. Dear Mr. President, after sharing the experience of Tanzanian parliamentary diplomats on addressing development challenges, let me now suggest some recommendations as follows. One, African parliaments should strengthen parliamentary diplomats, joint committees, and coordinated legislative action on continental priorities. Second, national parliaments should domesticate African Union legal instruments and regional protocols to accelerate implementing of Agenda 2063 and establish stronger monitoring mechanisms to ensure implementation of adopted solutions. Number three, greater investment should be directed towards peace building, conflict prevention, and parliamentary mediation initiatives, renewable energy, climate adaptation, and sustainable natural resource management. Number four, African parliaments should develop harmonized legal and ethical frameworks governing artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, and digital innovation. Five, greater emphasis should be placed on youth employment through legislation supporting entrepreneurship, industrialization, technical education, and digital skills. Number six, interparliamentary institutions should develop financing and prioritize domestic resource mobilization, public-private partnerships, and innovative financing mechanisms while ensuring accountability and transparency. Dear Mr. President, as I conclude, Africa possesses enormous human capital, natural resources, and the economic potential. Harnessing parliamentary diplomats provides a unique opportunity to transform these advantages into sustainable development outcomes for all Africans. By strengthening cooperation among our parliaments, harmonizing legislation, promoting peace, and ensuring effective oversight of government commitments, African legislatures can become powerful drivers of Agenda 2063 and the Sustainable Development Goals. The Parliament of the United Republic of Tanzania remains committed to working with fellow African parliaments in building an integrated, peaceful, democratic, and prosperous Africa. Thank you for your kind attention, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. A round of applause. Next is Excellency Madame Kabala, Côte d'Ivoire.
Excellence,
Your Excellency, the President of the Conference, Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Conference, distinguished Honorable Presidents of National and Continental Parliaments, Honorable MPs and distinguished guests, Senator Daou Gabala Mariam, I'm representing His Excellency Madame Kandia Kanisoko Kamara, who is the President of the Senate of the Republic of Côte d'Ivoire. I would like to seize this opportunity to actually deliver the message that Her Excellency, the President of the Republic of the Parliament of Côte d'Ivoire, Honorary President of Association of President of Parliaments of Africa, unavoidably absent, she extends her fraternal greetings and her wishes for successful deliberations. Mr. President, the issues which unite us today are linked to the capacity of our parliament to dialogue and harmonize the approach and also build African concerted responses. Africa is at a crossroad of its history. Our continent has a creative and dynamic youth population, considerable resources, and huge economic potentials. Agenda 2063 is the compass of this ambition, but the compass will never replace the movement. The achievement of this vision cannot only be reserved to governments. It requires strong and credible parliaments which are closer to citizens and able to accompany public policies by debate, dynamic oversight, and cooperation. That's where the parliamentary diplomacy has its meanings. It doesn't substitute itself to state diplomacy. It completes it and at times precedes it. It strengthens people, maintain dialogues whenever interstate dialogues are going through difficult times. It encourages the exchange of legislative exchange of experience and contribute to the improvement of our legal framework. It equally opens the way to economic partnership, university, cultural, and scientific partnership. It equally plays an essential role when it comes to the prevention of conflicts and consolidation of peace. Because the MP is an elected official of the people, what they do, it's sustainable. In Cote d'Ivoire, the Senate has committed itself in this dynamism. It is developing its relations with African and international parliamentary institutions and encourages. The microphone was stopped. And is working for a better mobilization of the African diaspora as an important part of development. In October, the creation in October 2024 of the Association of African Senates equally translates this will of mutualizing experience and strengthening cooperation between the Senates and to make African Senates major stakeholders of governance, institutional stability, and sustainable development. Your Excellencies, to move from declarations to results, our parliament should first of all strengthen legislative harmonization. Secondly, they should follow up the implementation of the AFCFTA. Thirdly, they should promote transparency and accountability. Fourthly, they should integrate the digital revolution. And thirdly, strengthen the decision-making by women and youth. They should equally strengthen local governments and African diaspora when it comes to the construction of our common future. Parliamentary diplomacy should not only be an activity which is protocolar in nature. It should become a real diplomacy for influence, solution, and transformation. To conclude, permit me to renew on behalf of Her Excellency Madame Camara the commitment of the Senate of the Republic of Cote d'Ivoire to work with the Pan-African Parliament and all African parliaments for the achievement of the aspirations of Agenda 2063 for an Africa which is integrated, prosperous, peaceful, and governed by its citizens and fully committed on the world scene. I thank you for your kind attention.
The next to take the floor is Excellency Mohammed, Somalia.
Thanks, my President. Honorable Speaker, National, Regional Parliament, Honorable Members of the Pan-African Parliament, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It's a great honor for me to speak at this conference on behalf of His Excellency Hon Saadia Haji Samatar, First Deputy Speaker and Acting Speaker of the House of the People of the Federal Parliament of Somalia. She sent a warm greeting and thanks to Pan-African Parliament for organizing this important meeting. She called it not attended because of important work in Somalia, so she asked me to deliver this statement on her behalf. This year's theme is very important. It shows that African Parliament must work together to build peace, strengthen democracy, improve cooperation, and help achieve the goal of Agenda 2063. Excellency, Somalia is making good progress. Parliament has passed important laws to improve election governance, security, education, investment, and the protection of human rights, we are working hard to build a strong public institution and improve the lives of our people. Peace is the key development. Somalia thanks the African Union, African countries, and all our partners for their continued support, especially the African Union and Stabilization Mission in Somalia, AUSOM. The Pan-African Parliament gives us good opportunity to work together, share ideas, and find African solution to African challenge. By working together, we can build a peaceful, united, and strong Africa. In conclusion, on behalf of His Excellency Hon Saadia Haji Samatar, I confirm Somalia's commitment to continue working with the Pan-African Parliament and all African countries to promote peace, democracy, governance, and sustainable development. Together we can build the Africa we all want. Thank you, my President.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed. Short to the point. The next is Excellency Maji, Sahrawi Republic.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. On behalf of God the Almighty, Mr. President of the Pan-African Parliament, distinguished President of the conference, distinguished MPs, ladies and gentlemen, may the peace of God be upon you. I'm transmitting to you the greetings of the President Bashir Mustafa Said, President of the Parliament of the Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic, who is unavoidably absent. He could not be present, and he has made me in charge of delivering his message. He expressed the fact that you should succeed and thanks the Pan-African Parliament for the organization of this annual conference, which has become an important platform for dialogue between the Parliament and the organization of this annual conference, which has become an important institutional platform to strengthen dialogue and consultation between national parliaments and regional parliaments. I'm equally delighted to extend congratulations to His Excellency Dr. Fatah for his elections and all efforts he is carrying out since and the role to consolidate the Pan-African Parliament as space for that defense of common goal of the people of Africa, and this in terms of unity, development, and prosperity. Your Excellencies, this conference is being organized under the theme, the role of parliamentary diplomacy in the strengthening of relations with national and regional parliament and the contribution to the achievement objective of Agenda 2063. This reflects an awareness of the importance of parliamentary diplomacy as one of the pillars of the common African action in order to strengthen dialogue, strengthen trust, and bridge the gaps when it comes to point of view and formulate unified positions on issues concerning our parliament. Our parliaments today are more than ever called upon to play an active role in the protection of democracy and promotion of good governance, the defense of peace and security, and support efforts of sustainable development and the concretization of aspirations of African people. In this context, the national Sahrawi context asserts its will of strengthening cooperation with African parliaments and national and regional parliaments in order to exchange competence and coordinate parliament initiatives in such a way that is going to serve the interests of African Union and strengthen the prestige of this institution. Ladies and gentlemen, we cannot tackle the future of Africa and implementation of Agenda 2063 without the emphasis on the foundation principles of the AU, amongst which you have the respect of boundaries inherited from colonialism, the rights of people and self-determination, the respect of the sovereignty of member states, peaceful resolution of crises. Since this rostrum, we reassert the fact that the end of colonization of Western Sahara remains a legal, political, and moral responsibility which concerns the international community. It's equally an African right in line with the principle of the AU and the UN Charter. The people of the Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic, under the leadership by its only legitimate representative, the Popular Front of Sahrawi, is going to continue its legitimate fight until they have their independence and self-determination. So we equally express our wishes and hopes that the Pan-African Parliament is going to continue its role of pioneer in the defense of the principle of the Union and the relationship between member states. Your Excellencies, distinguished President, the challenges which are facing our continent, conflicts, climate change, economic, food and security crisis, obliges us to the redoubled effort to strengthen collective parliamentary action so that the legislative aspect should become a real in Africa, to one Africa which is united, prosperous, based on justice, dignity, and sustainable development. To conclude, I would like to renew my congratulations to His Excellency, the President of the Pan-African Parliament, and to all those who organize this conference, while wishing full success to these deliberations, and by expecting that it's going to lead to concrete recommendations which is going to strengthen the Pan-African cooperation and strengthen the will of our people to a future characterized by freedom and prosperity and peace.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The next to take the floor is Excellency Sangara from the DRC.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Honorable President, for giving me the floor. Honorable Chairperson of the conference, Honorable Bureau members, distinguished colleagues, parliamentary diplomacy should become a tool for our collective response with regards to the different existential threats of our continent, including climate change, armed conflicts, terrorism, the preparation against pandemics, the destabilization of legitimate authorities and constitutional authorities, and so on. Honorable President, I would like to seize this opportunity in order to tackle the security situation in the east of the DRC, which remains an open wound or injury for our country, in fact, for the entire African continent. It's a source of regional instability, but above all, it's a real challenge for parliamentary diplomacy. In fact, how can we explain the fact that despite the signing of many agreements and adoption of multiple resolutions by the United Nations Security Council's weapons are yet to be silenced in the east of the DRC? Honorable President, whereas the government of the DRC remains stern in its determination when it comes to the respect of the different United Nations resolutions and the different peace agreements. Unfortunately, that of the President of Rwanda continued to use some excuses not to respect commitments. His commitment in the east of my country. Within time, Rwanda and its allies of M23 are continuing their criminal enterprise of criminal looting of our natural resources and exerting other forms of violence against women, and are worsening the humanitarian situation and directly threatening neighboring countries like Burundi. Against this backdrop, the legitimate representatives of the African people that we are can't just be satisfied with particular speeches and timid resolutions which do not meet the expectations of the populations of the Eastern DRC. How can parliamentary diplomacy help to solve this crisis which has been going on for so long? Honorable President, our parliamentary duty enables us to condemn any form of aggression which actually impedes the sovereignty of African states. The Parliament of the DRC urges the African parliaments and Pan-African institutions to unequivocally condemn the Rwandan aggression and demand for compensation and reparation. Mic has been switched off. In fact, parliamentary diplomacy will have no meaning in Africa if the resolutions, agreements, and reports which highlight some facts are not respected by our continental organs and entities like the Pan-African Parliament. That is why the Parliament of the DRC hopes that the conclusions of the mission deployed by our organization in the east of the DRC over a year now, and which has to present a report on this humanitarian and security crisis, and that this should be presented and debated in these chambers. How can our organization contribute through parliamentary diplomacy to the construction of a peaceful Africa which is resilient and prosperous if the report of an important mission it's being subdued by ourselves? How is Africa going to attain the objectives of Agenda 2063 without a sustainable peace in the entire continent? How is the AFCFTA going to be realized without peace and stability in the region of the Great Lakes? With regards to my country, we reassert our attachment, the attachment of the Congolese parliament to the quest for peace and the quest for political solutions which are inclusive and sustainable, and strengthening parliamentary diplomacy as one of the keys of the peaceful resolution of armed conflicts. The Parliament of the DRC urges for a collective mobilization of African parliaments. We are urging for an active parliamentary diplomacy which is coordinated and credible, a diplomacy which condemns aggression, protects population and supports peace processes, and support resolutions of the United Nations Security Council, and translates commitments to concrete changes for our people. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Excellence Sangara. The next to take the floor is Excellency Diallo from Senegal. They don't seem to be around. We move on to Excellency Agbese, Nigeria.
Your Excellency, the President of the session, Your Excellencies, Honorable Speakers of Parliament, distinguished members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Honorable Chief Dr. Philip Agbese, a member of the Nigerian Parliament, as well as the leader of the Nigerian delegation to this august body. Mrs. President, it is both an honor and a privilege to participate in this important conference of speakers under the auspices of the Pan-African Parliament. I have been mandated by His Excellency, the Right Honorable Tajuddin Abbas, PhD, GCON, in line with our parliamentary practice, to stand here as the Speaker of the House of Representatives of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. The theme before us today, harnessing parliamentary diplomacy in addressing Africa's developmental challenges, could not be more timely at a period marked by geopolitical uncertainty, economic disruptions, climate pressures, technological transformation, and persistent security challenges, parliamentary diplomacy has become an indispensable instrument for advancing Africans' collective interests. Your Excellency, Mr. President, parliamentary diplomacy complements executive diplomacy by providing a platform for dialogue, consensus building, legislative cooperation, and people-to-people engagement. As representative of our citizens, Parliament possesses the legitimacy to foster trust, encourage peaceful engagement, and shape policies that reflect the aspirations of the people of Africa. Africa's developmental challenges are interconnected. Poverty, unemployment, insecurity, food shortages, public health concerns, irregular migration, climate change, and infrastructure deficit transcend national borders. Consequently, our response must equally transcend national boundaries. Parliament therefore have a responsibility not only to enact laws within our jurisdictions, but also to work collaboratively across borders in harmonizing legislation, strengthening democratic governance, and advancing continental integration. Therefore, the African Continental Free Trade Area presents a historic opportunity to transform our economies. Yet, its success depends significantly on the work of national legislatures. We must enact enabling legislation, provide effective oversight, facilitate investment, and ensure that trade liberalization translates into inclusive growth, industrialization, and employment for our youthful population in Africa. Similarly, parliamentary diplomacy should strengthen cooperation on peace and security. Sustainable development anywhere in the world cannot flourish where conflict persists. Through regular engagement among African legislatures, we can support conflict prevention, promote dialogue, encourage democratic transitions, and reinforce constitutional governance across our continents. As parliamentarians, we also bear the responsibility of ensuring that governments remain committed to implementing continental and global development frameworks. Effective oversight of national commitments under Agenda 2063 and the Sustainable Development Goals is essential if Africa is to realize its full potentials. Under my leadership, the House of Representatives of the Federal Republic of Nigeria has pursued reforms that reinforce parliamentary democracy as an essential instrument for addressing Nigeria's development challenges. Through parliamentary diplomacy, advocacy for state police, constitutional reform, and the Open Parliament Initiative, including the successful National Assembly Open Day, the House has demonstrated a commitment to transparency, citizen participation, democratic accountability, and effective governance, thereby strengthening Parliament's role in national and continental development. I would like to highlight some key issues. 1, championing constitutional amendment of state police. The House has emerged as a leading advocate for constitutional reforms to establish state police as part of broader efforts to improve national security in Nigeria. The House has encouraged state houses of assembly to actively participate in the constitutional amendment process, ensuring broad national ownership of the reform. The initiative reflects a commitment to strengthening Nigeria's federal structure while contributing to regional stability across West Africa and the African continent. One of the defining achievements has been the promotion of the Open Parliament Initiative. Legislative processes more transparent, inclusive, and accountable. The National Assembly of the Federal Republic of Nigeria has hosted the National Assembly Open Day for 3 consecutive years, creating a platform for citizens, civil society organizations, professional groups, traditional institutions, youth, women, and the private sector to engage directly with Parliament. The initiative has enhanced public understanding of legislative processes and reinforced trust between the legislature and the Nigerian people. Mr. President, in Nigeria, the National Assembly has continued to deepen parliamentary engagement with sister legislatures across Africa and beyond. We believe that legislative exchanges, peer learning, technical cooperation, and parliamentary networks enhance institutional capacity and promote the exchange of best practices in governance, innovation, public finance, and citizen participation across the continent. We have also prioritized legislative reforms aimed at improving the business environment, promoting economic diversification, strengthening anti-corruption institutions, expanding access to education, enhancing digital innovation, and supporting inclusive development. These experiences reaffirm our conviction that strong legislatures contribute significantly to national development. Distinguished honorable colleagues, the future of Africa belongs to a generation that is young, innovative, entrepreneurial, and digitally connected. Our parliamentary diplomacy must therefore embrace digital transformation by leveraging technology, strengthening knowledge-sharing platforms, and facilitating continuous engagement among African legislatures. We can make parliamentary cooperation more responsive, efficient, and impactful. Furthermore, parliamentary diplomacy must actively promote the inclusion of women and young people in governance. Africa cannot achieve sustainable development if significant segments of its population remain underrepresented in decision-making processes. Permit me to propose some practical actions for our collective consideration. First,
can you be mindful of the time constraint of 3 minutes, please? If you can summarize.
Distinguished colleagues, parliamentary diplomacy is ultimately about building bridges between nations, institutions, and people. It is about transforming dialogues into legislation, legislation into implementation, and implementation into tangible improvement in the lives of our citizens. Nigeria remains fully committed to working with the Pan-African Parliament and all sister legislations in advancing peaceful and integrated Africa consistent with the aspirations of Agenda 2023. Together, through purposeful parliamentary diplomacy, we can build an Africa that is resilient, competitive, inclusive, and capable of shaping its own destiny. Thank you very much, Mr. President, for this opportunity.
Thank you very much. A round of applause. Yes, the next to take the floor is His Excellency Mohammed, Algeria.
شكرا سيد الرئيس.
Thank you, Chair. In fact, this parliamentary diplomacy in Africa is facing real challenges in terms of development. A real question is to be raised here, which is how could this diplomacy could add to, or the value added that it can make to the development in our continent. The answer is that the dialogue and the exchange of experiences and the supporting of the executive in implementing the national commitments and continental commitments could create that opportunity. The awareness of the parliamentarians that they are exercising power and they are not doing a job that makes them more responsible for success and responsible for any failure in our country. We have to be on both sides, whether executive or legislature. Our parliaments could effectively participate in dealing with issues of poverty, unemployment, and food security, water availability, and economic integration. Our parliamentary diplomacy requires to be more dynamic, capable of building partnerships and unifying African stances in the different international arena. We need to make our the voice of Africa heard everywhere so that Africa could be more effective in the international arena. This the parliamentary diplomacy is capable of improving the image of our continent and its our people. Chair, we listen to the director of the African Development, the former director of the African Development Bank, who said that the financial aid coming to Africa is reduced structurally. In one of our discussions with the European Union Parliament, we were raising this issue of financial aid, financial support. And one of the reasons that provided for the reduction of this financial support is the corruption of the African political groups. I'm not going to say that this is wrong or correct, but our parliamentary diplomacy could play a role in improving the image of our people all over the world. Speaking about national parliament and country, this diplomacy plays one of the pillars of our work. Algeria participates. Time ends here. Algeria participates in more than 20 regional and international organizations in the parliamentary field, in which Algeria actively participates there. We established more than 100 organizations of friendship and partnership with the parliamentary groups. We at the Ummah or the Senate Council, we have more than 11 partnerships, and we have benefited in marketing this Algerian investment law that has been adopted in 2023, which the parliament plays a major role in promoting that law. And thank you for your attention.
Very much. I didn't see others clapping. Please, we must show solidarity. That's better. That's better. Nothing special about Algeria. Excellency Elmi Jibril from Djibouti.
Yes. Honorable Président de
Honorable Chairperson of the conference, my dear colleagues, let me begin by expressing the apologies of the head of our National Assembly, who unfortunately was unable to be here with us, and he has tasked me to greet you and to encourage you in your discussions during this conference. Honorable Chair, we have come together today not just to look at our challenges, but rather to find solutions together. Africa faces significant challenges, armed conflict, climate change, etc., etc., and this is why parliamentary diplomacy is essential, and it enables our parliaments to dialogue, to harmonize our legislation, to share experiences, and to be the voice of our people. Allow me to illustrate this conviction by sharing some examples from the Republic of Djibouti. Armed conflict affects the Horn of Africa, and we therefore are using three principles to address this: prevent, protect, and welcome. Because of a dialogue policy of neutrality and regional cooperation, and then protect by adopting laws to strengthen the security of our borders and fighting terrorism. And thirdly, welcoming. We offer refuge to the communities fleeing conflicts from neighboring countries. Our parliamentary ensures guarantees access to water and free education through a law promulgated in Djibouti, the Law 659 of 2016, to give refugees status. Our country supports 3 refugee camps coming of refugees coming from neighboring countries, and we provide them with support and solidarity. My dear colleagues, as you are aware, stability of a country depends on the stability of its neighbors. Therefore, to ensure that our parliamentary diplomacy is more efficient, I would suggest firstly that we institutionalize exchanges between our parliaments around the significant challenges of Africa. Secondly, we need to build the capacity of our parliamentarians so that they can better support public policy. And thirdly, ensure that our citizens participate in parliamentary diplomacy so that our youth can understand that the decisions we take in Parliament improves their daily lives. The development of Africa is not to be imported. May I ask for an extra minute, Honorable Chair? We need to ensure that the solutions to the challenges of Africa come from Africa, that we ensure that all our children benefit from the solutions we propose. My country invests in the digital economy, and building the capacity in the digital economy of our people will improve our competitiveness on the global arena. We have a digital law that we have passed, which is a legal framework to support digital transformation of our country and to build confidence in the digital economy, promote investment, and ensure cybersecurity. Through the Ministry of Digitalization, we have implemented a national strategy on AI so that Djibouti can have an ambitious and responsible vision for use of AI. We are emphasizing innovation, ICT, data protection, and services that benefit our people and our economy. We are building a common vision of our continent based on our priorities and strategic interests as we use digital technologies. We need to use modern technology, but this must contribute to developing our countries, and we must govern it well. Our future is dependent on our facility or our ability to cooperate and to use digital technology together for the development of our continent. Thank you, Chair, for the extra time.
The next to take the floor is Excellency Van Dumen from Angola. Angola? They are not in the House. The next then becomes Excellency Bideri, Rwanda, from Rwanda.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for giving me this opportunity. I was actually hoping that this meeting would be about building bridges and narrowing differences between our sister state countries on the continent, but that's not the case. So, Your Excellency, allow me to respond to what has been said by my colleague from the DRC. I want to state that Rwanda's position on the crisis in Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo has been very clear and consistent and grounded on legitimate security concerns. Rwanda is not seeking conflict with the DRC, not at all. Our primary concern has always been the continued presence and activities of the FDLR, which is a genocidal armed group responsible for the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi in Rwanda. That is our main problem. The FDLR is not an ordinary militia. It is a force founded by leaders of the genocide regime that carried out one of the darkest atrocities in modern history, the genocide against the Tutsi in 1994 in Rwanda. Following their defeat in 1994, these elements crossed into Eastern DRC, where they reorganized, rearmed, and continued to spread the same genocide ideology that devastated Rwanda in 1994. For more than 3 decades, the FDLR has remained near Rwanda's borders, posing a direct threat to our national security and to the stability of the wider Greater Lakes, instability of the wider Greater Lakes region. The group continues to recruit fighters, they train combatants, and maintain networks that promote ethnic hostility and violence, particularly against the Tutsi communities in Eastern DRC. Rwanda's concerns are not theoretical. They are based on repeated attacks and concrete security incidents. Between 2018 and 2025, Rwanda experienced multiple cross-border attacks, shelling incidents, and acts of violence carried out by the FDLR and affiliated forces operating from Congolese territory. Innocent civilians were killed, homes were destroyed, and communities were terrorized. Independent reports have also documented cooperation between elements of the Congolese armed forces and FDLR, including logistical support, coordination, and I hope you are lying too, including logistical support, coordination, and operational collaboration against the M23. This partnership is deeply alarming because it grants legitimacy and military capacity to a group internationally recognized for its genocide origins and extremist ideology. If I'm lying, the cameras do not lie. Rwanda cannot ignore threats directed at its people,
Order.
its sovereignty.
Order. Order.
Be honorable and
Order. Order. Rwanda.
If you are honorable,
Order.
I'm saying.
Order. Order.
Can I be protected, Your Excellency?
You are being protected. Follow my order. Can you sit down, please? Honorable member. DRC, leader of delegation DRC, in terms of international practice, it is unparliamentary. Yes, we'll have some forum to respond to that. Thank you. Honorable member from Rwanda, please wind up.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for protecting me. So this partnership is deeply alarming because it grants legitimacy and military capacity to a group internationally recognized for its genocide origins and extremist ideology. Rwanda cannot ignore threats directed at its people and its sovereignty. Like any responsible government, Rwanda has the duty to take necessary defensive measures to secure its borders and protect its citizens. At the same time, Rwanda has consistently chosen dialogue over confrontation. This commitment was demonstrated through our participation in the Rwanda process beginning in 2022, where Rwanda engaged constructively in efforts aimed at addressing the root causes of insecurity in Eastern DRC. The process specifically recognizes 3 interconnected issues: the neutralization of the FDLR, Rwanda's defensive security measures, and the political question surrounding the M23. While progress was made, particularly on mechanisms for the neutralization of the FDLR, the process ultimately stalled due to the absence of sustained political engagement on the part of the government of the Democratic Republic of the Congo. However, Rwanda remains committed to peaceful solutions. This commitment continued through the Doha negotiations of March 2025 and the Washington negotiations, which resulted in the signing of the Declaration of Principles, the Peace Agreement, and the Regional Economic Integration Framework. Together, these instruments form the Washington Accords for Peace and Security, a framework designed to promote lasting peace, regional stability, and economic cooperation. Rwanda's objective has never been instability or confrontation. Our objective is simple and legitimate: the permanent neutralization of the FDLR and the establishment of a secure, peaceful, and stable region for all our peoples. As I conclude, I would like to highlight the sustainable peace. I would like to highlight that sustainable peace in the Great Lakes region will only be achieved when the root causes of insecurity are addressed honestly and comprehensively, including the continued existence of genocide armed groups such as the FDLR operating in Eastern DRC. I thank you, Your Excellency, but I also wish to request that when we are in a session like this, made up of honorable members, abuses are not helpful at all. I wish to conclude and I submit. Thank you, Your Excellency.
Thank you. The stress should have been on diplomacy, how to implement the Washington Accord so that we have peace in the eastern part of the DRC. If we go back to history, how things happen, then we'll never move forward in diplomacy. Let's learn from what happened in the First World War and Second World War. So many lives were lost, but in both cases, they ended up talking to each other around the table, and conflict was ended, albeit after so many lives had been lost. That's the spirit of democracy, of diplomacy that we need to encourage. The next is Excellency Balomudi from Mauritius. Mauritius?
Thank you, Mr. Your Excellency, but I'm not talking on this topic. I'll speak tomorrow on another topic.
Well, thank you for your indulgence. We move on to our last but not least presenter, Excellency Jabulani Mabuza from the Kingdom of Eswatini.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. A drought does not recognize a national border. Conflict in one country can unsettle an entire region. A health emergency can move across the continent before our institutions have agreed on a response. Economic instability, irregular migration, food insecurity, and technological disruption are equally indifferent to the boundaries between our states. Yet our responses remain too often confined within those boundaries. This is where parliamentary diplomacy must prove its value. The Kingdom of Eswatini firmly believes that peace and stability are the first conditions for sustainable development. Parliaments can sustain dialogue, build understanding, and support African-led conflict prevention, mediation, and reconstruction, while respecting the sovereignty and constitutional order of every member state. Honorable colleagues, climate change is already reducing agricultural productivity, deepening water scarcity, straining health systems, and destroying rural livelihoods. Small and landlocked states, including Eswatini, remain particularly vulnerable despite contributing little to global emissions. African parliaments must speak with one voice for fair and accessible climate financing that responds to Africa's adaptation needs. At home, we must ensure that climate commitments are implemented and resources reach vulnerable communities. Our young people must be central to this effort. Africa's youthful population will become a dividend only if young people have access to quality education, productive employment, and meaningful participation in public affairs. Young Africans should be able to cross borders to learn. trade, and innovate because integration has opened legitimate opportunities. Digital transformation and artificial intelligence can improve agriculture, education, health, trade, and public administration. Africa must build its own digital infrastructure and innovation capacity, supported by compatible, ethical, and people-centered regulation. Recent emergencies have exposed the need for resilient health systems, reliable regional supply chains, and African capacity to produce medicines, vaccines, and medical equipment. Parliament must secure adequate financing, transparent procurement, and equitable access and coordinated preparedness. These ambitions require sustainable financing, fairer access to international finance, responsible debt arrangements, and stronger domestic resource mobilization. Parliament must scrutinize public borrowing, combat illicit financial flows, and direct national resources towards long-term development. The Kingdom of Eswatini, therefore, proposes a standing mechanism through which national and regional parliaments can coordinate action on shared development challenges. It should link parliamentary committees, monitor domestic implementation of Agenda 2063, and identify areas for harmonized legislation, joint oversight, and common advocacy. The Pan-African Parliament should stand at the center of this coordination while remaining connected to the daily work of national parliaments. Continental decisions must find expression in national laws, budgets, committee inquiries, and oversight programs. Ultimately, parliamentary diplomacy will be measured not by conferences or declarations, but by conflicts prevented, jobs created, communities protected, health systems strengthened, and barriers to African trade removed. Let us therefore build a parliamentary diplomacy that is deliberate in its purpose, united in its voice, and practical in its outcomes. The Parliament of the Kingdom of Eswatini stands ready to work with national and regional parliaments to advance the peaceful, integrated, resilient, and prosperous Africa envisioned in Agenda 2063. I thank you.
Yes. Thank you. As the last one, I think you proved that you deserve an accolade, excellent speaker. Honorable speakers, deputy speakers, heads of delegation, on behalf of the Bureau, I would like to thank you for your resilience, having stayed for that long, and I hope you keep the same spirit tomorrow. We've got a full program. Therefore, I'm requesting that all of us be here by 8:45 to settle down, and we start exactly at 9 o'clock so that we don't miss out in terms of time management. The session is now declared closed. Meet you tomorrow, and good night. Thank you.